Good evening, everybody. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrieleño Tongva and the Gabrieleño Kizh peoples. Tonight is Thursday, March 19th, 2026, 6:30 p.m., and this is a meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. And I will now call the meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to invite those present to stand and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Gilly, could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Solomon. Here. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Present.
Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Edwards.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Vice Chair Jones.
Here.
Chair Gregoire.
Here.
And we have a 7-member quorum.
Approval of the agenda. I will note that staff is requesting a continuance of approval of the verbatim minutes for the March 5th, 2026 meeting to the next meeting, which will be held on April 16th, 2026. In approving the agenda this evening, that matter would be deemed continued. Are there any changes? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion by Commissioner Hoopengarner, seconded by Commissioner Edwards. And the motion passes unanimously with 7 ayes, approving the agenda for March 19th, 2026 as presented.
Great, thank you. Next item is approval of the minutes. One item has been continued to the next meeting. We have draft verbatim minutes before us for the February 19th, 2026 meeting. Are there any changes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoopengarner.
The following are primarily typos.
Yes.
Page 32, about 3/4 of the way down, it says, and these are what we are proving, but the word should be approving. On page 35, about the 3rd paragraph down, instead of as been pointed out many times, it would be as has been pointed out many times. And 36, there are 2 corrections. The first sentence, the applicant says the applicant is elected to invoke, and it should be has elected to invoke. And then the 3rd paragraph from the end, the word tenant is spelled like a tenant of a building, but the sentence is about a core tenant of our actual founding, so it should be ENT, not ANT. And page 37, at the top, first sentence, the word give should be go. And that's it.
Okay, and thank you for reading those into the record for me.
Sure.
Are there any other proposed changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion approving the minutes as amended?
I'll move.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion by Vice Chair Jones, seconded by Commissioner Carvalero. And the motion passes unanimously with 7 ayes, approving the minutes for the verbatim minutes for February 19, 2026, as amended.
Great. General public comment, this time limited to a maximum of 20 minutes, has been set aside for the public to address the Planning Commission on any item that is not set for public hearing or any item that's not on tonight's agenda. In accordance with the Brown Act, public comment relating to business not appearing on the agenda cannot be acted upon or discussed by the Commission during the meeting, but may be referred to staff for report on a future agenda, ordered, received, and filed, or referred to the proper department for administrative resolution. Staff requests that all persons wishing to address the Commission please scan the QR code located at the rear of the Council chambers or see the Commission Secretary prior to speaking. The Commission requests that when you begin speaking, please state your name and the name of the city where you reside. You may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. Also, we have a very busy agenda tonight. We have a lot of items and a lot of public here who may be wanting to speak. I request, please, no clapping or booing, or we want to move the meeting along. We don't want anyone to feel intimidated when you come up to speak. So please withhold any sort of reaction to the public comment. Mr. Gillig, do we have general public comment?
We do. We have several here in chambers. Our first speaker will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor will be followed by Richard Eastman. Victor, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Victor Omolchenko, a 24-year resident of West Hollywood, and I've already submitted a formal document for the record, but tonight I want to speak about the invisible thread connecting our housing proposals to our transit future, especially the K-Line Northern Extension. There's a massive conversation happening about the K-Line, but we must be honest about how the city intends to pay for it. The dinero, the dengue, the money. The proposal involves a EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, and that's a 45-year plan to bond against our future property tax growth. Well, I have the swag from the K-Line rallies. I do, and I won't throw it or anything. But what we really know, here it is, complete the line. But what we need to look past is the branding. Whether one supports the K-Line or remains ambivalent, we must acknowledge the financial risks. The city is preparing to commit decades of tax revenue to transit debt while simultaneously pushing streamlined land use changes through that bypass this very commission. You cannot bond our future against massive developments while dismantling the public's ability to weigh in on them. We are seeing a piecemeal approach where democracy is being traded for density. And we cannot be constantly told with every breath, it seems, from this commission members and from city council members that the state is making us do all of this, that this is a state mandate. That is not the full truth. You still have discretion. You still have local choices. Using Sacramento as a shield to avoid local oversight is a choice. It's not a legal requirement. And before you say this is outside your purview, I would remind you that this commission has a long-range planning subcommittee for this exact reason. Before you move forward with radical changes to our land use procedures, I call on this commission to use that subcommittee to schedule formal agenda items dedicated to fiscal transparency. Tell the community honestly and in detail how we are going to pay for this multi-billion-dollar infrastructure. We deserve a roadmap, not a sales pitch. If we are going to grapple and gamble on our future, we need more oversight, not less. We deserve the full picture, and I expect it from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Richard Eastman, followed by Slade Lynn.
Well, Richard Eastman, City of Residence, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Los Angeles County, West Hollywood since 1965. I believe I'm one of the last living owners of the building called the LA Cannabis Resource Center that Scott Imler and I and Dennis Perone got the city of West Hollywood to buy for about $800,000 when everybody thought I'd be dead, and they're all dead. But Scott Imler's other half, George Letty, might be still alive at UCLA, and Jeff Yablin, who was on the corporation with me before I resigned because of my complicated role in marijuana history. That building is so historical for the role of people living with AIDS, not only in America, but Germany, all over the world, where Dennis Perone, who died, and all of Scott Imler died. I don't run any marijuana shops. The budget in West Hollywood, 20% of the budget is from fees from taxation of marijuana. The other part is from my friends up on the Sunset Strip. So, you know, billboards. I often think I'm the unpaid hero of West Hollywood, living with AIDS since 1994. Because in 1995, Scott Imler and I were in San Francisco, and Dennis said, well, I know you'll be dead. We're going to open a shop in West Hollywood. And the mayor, Sal Guerrero, once said, grow the weed on the mezzanine. And then George Bush Jr., with the head of the DEA, I believe, raided the building. I was already gone because I was upset at some of the way they were running the building. And it was seized under the RICO Act, a federal law. It wasn't a crack house. It was for a safe haven for thousands of people living with AIDS and cancer. And that building, I should say, should be a museum. Not only for marijuana and people with AIDS, but the city of West Hollywood doesn't have an official museum. But I sort of like the idea of a hotel to keep the place open. And I'm speaking tonight in support of saving the building, however you can do it, because in the future, maybe I could buy it back. I have no money, but I am a man, the myth, the legend, who worked with Senator John F. Kennedy in 1959, and his grandson looks more like me than RFK Jr., running for Manhattan, 33rd District, 33 years old or whatever. So I'm urging you tonight to probably let the hotel idea go through, but I think they need to put a plaque on the wall or in the sidewalk saying that a lot of people died because of that building, and I'm still alive, and I will fight for that building. And you don't want to piss off the guy that pays 40% of the budget and doesn't get a salary. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Usually I have no money. God bless America.
Thank you. Slade Lynn, to be followed by Wendy Goldman.
Good afternoon. Slade Lynn, 40-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. I look a lot younger than how old I really am. I'm speaking about the Metro line, and I am highly against the current plan for the following reasons. Apparently, the city is going to be on the hook to commit 25%, approximately $4 billion to help build this train. That's not going to appear until 20 years from now. We're going to be hit with higher property taxes, higher sales taxes, special taxes, other levies, again, for a non-existent train. And $4 billion turns out to be $120,000 a person for approximately 33,500 West Hollywood residents. $120,000 per adult resident of this city to pay for a metro train. I'm going to be dead by then. Seriously. I'm 65. I don't look it. But I don't want to pay $120,000 for a train I will never use, and many people will never use. It's beyond outrageous to charge the citizens of this city $120,000. Is that it? Because it went off.
No, you can go.
Good enough.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Wendy Goldman, to be followed by our final speaker, Stephanie Harper.
Wendy Goldman, City of West Hollywood. Good evening, commissioners. I have a small suggestion to make for the design subcommittee that met last Thursday. On part of the presentation from Orange Barrel Media, there were several items that I would like to make recommendations on. First, under facade improvement, the existing facade on item A said remove and replace travertine in 4 locations, parentheses, 3 on Sunset Boulevard and 1 on, quote, Corey Avenue. It is not Corey Avenue, it is Clark Street. And the other suggestion is that the bus stop at the corner of Sunset and Clark Street was not drawn completely correctly. There were several items missing from the bus stop, including the seating that is underneath the awning, the protected bus stop. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and suggest that those items are corrected going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so our last speaker will be Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. You know, I and some of my fellow activists have been questioned about our caring about our fellow residents and other projects that aren't right next door to us. And it's like, well, you have a place to park. Why do you care the people on Fountain are losing 210 parking spaces? But this is a town of 1.89 square miles. And slowly but surely we're being packed in like sardines when we already have 18,000 people per square mile. I care about the billboards reflecting into someone's residence on Sunset. I care about the traffic the traffic accidents. I don't know if any of you have driven from Beverly Hills east into West Hollywood. The billboards on that corner are like overwhelming. And it seems that some projects are strictly for the developer and not for the residents. Things aren't being done for the people who live here and work here. We care about everybody. And I just hope that you will listen to the residents as much as you listen to the people who are building these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker for under general public comment.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment this evening. Next item is the director's report. Assistant Director Alcar.
Good evening, Chair Gregoire and Vice Chair Jones, members of the Commission. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development. Nick Marisich, the Director of Community Development, is out of the office today. I have a few brief updates, understanding that we have a full agenda and we want to get on with it. So I will update you at the meeting this past Monday. City Council received annual progress reports for the general plan, the housing element, and the climate action and adaptation plans. And they also received and filed the study for corporate ownership of rental housing. And then at the next meeting on April 6th, the council will hear 2 items that came before the Planning Commission previously. One is the appeal of the 7811 Santa Monica mixed-use housing project known as the Bond, and the second is a billboard project at 9039 Sunset. So if you have any questions, otherwise that's all I have for tonight.
Any commissioner questions for Assistant Director Alcar?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have no consent calendar items. We don't have any public hearings arising under the Housing Accountability Act. However, we have 3 public hearings before us requiring a public hearing. The first one is 7494 Santa Monica Boulevard. This was continued from Thursday, February 19th, 2026. At this time, we'll hold a public hearing to consider a request to change the use of an existing multi-tenant commercial building from office and commercial live-work uses to a hotel use. And it's located at 7494 Santa Monica Boulevard. Before we have a staff report, are there any disclosures that anyone would like to make? I did have one conversation with a member of the public about the matter, and we discussed matters that were in the staff report. With that, could we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Chair Gregoire and Commissioners. Before you this evening is a request for a conditional use permit to allow a partial change of use within an existing commercial building from office and commercial live-work use to a hotel with 6 guest rooms. No changes are proposed to the building footprint or the exterior building facade. The project site is located at 7494 Santa Monica Boulevard. The property is developed with an existing 3-story, nearly 15,000 square foot multi-tenant commercial building constructed in 1925. The site includes 3 parking spaces located at the rear of the lot and accessed from the public alley. The proposed project would convert the existing commercial uses on the 2nd and 3rd floors to hotel and would convert one of the existing ground floor restaurant spaces currently occupied by a restaurant into a hotel room. The ground floor with mezzanine restaurant space currently occupied by Javista would remain unchanged. The conversion request includes a total of 6 hotel rooms. Overall, the request proposes a change of use within an existing commercial building and would not modify the existing size, scale, or massing of the building or the exterior. Pursuant to the West Hollywood Municipal Code, live-work units are regulated as a distinct land use category that is permitted within commercial zoning districts and is not classified as a residential use, even though such units may include a designated living space. Live-work units are structured and regulated as hybrid spaces intended to accommodate both living and working functions within a single unit with the primary purpose of supporting unemployment-generating activity. The code specifically references required living space as a component of the unit, indicating that live-work units are not traditional residential units, but rather purpose-built spaces designed to integrate work activity with limited residential use. As such, these units serve as a different policy function than the standard residential units and are regulated separately under the code. With respect to the subject property, the 3 office and live-work units on the 3rd floor were approved in 2003 and have functioned as office spaces. The property owner has indicated that the units have not been utilized for living quarters in conjunction with the live-work commercial uses. As such, the proposed project does not result in a displacement of residents. The proposed project is a hotel use that will be subject to all applicable TOT requirements. As a condition of approval, the operator must register with the city and comply with all TOT collection, reporting, and remittance provisions. This ensures that each guest stay generates revenue for the city and that the use is properly regulated and audited. In West Hollywood, short-term rentals are allowed in commercial zones. However, the request before you tonight is not for a short-term rental operation, though it is an allowed use, it is for a hotel use. While both involve short-term stays, a hotel is regulated commercial use that is required to collect TOT, obtain business tax certificate, and operate in compliance with all applicable hotel regulations. The conditions of approval make it clear that it is to operate exclusively as a hotel consistent with other hotels throughout the city. This hotel, like others, can market their rooms on various platforms, websites, and apps. However, they are subject to the TOT requirements. In conclusion, the project will function as a properly regulated hotel use, providing a fiscal benefit to the city through ongoing TOT revenue while activating an existing commercial building without any physical expansion. Overall, the proposed 6-unit hotel represents an appropriate adaptive reuse of an existing commercial building that activates underutilized space without any expansion or exterior changes. The project supports economic vitality by introducing a visitor-serving use that will increase activity along Santa Monica Boulevard and benefit surrounding businesses, all while maintaining compatibility with nearby uses. The limited service remote operational model further minimizes potential impacts related to noise, traffic, and on-site activity. The project is consistent with the general plan and municipal code and meets all applicable zoning requirements. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the project as conditioned in the draft resolution. I would like to point out a couple of revisions to the draft resolution. Condition 8.13, the second sentence is to be removed, so the condition states that the approved use shall be operated exclusively as a hotel in accordance with the West Hollywood Municipal Code and the terms of this approval. In conditions 8.14, 8.15, and 8.16 related to vacation rentals, which apply to dwelling units in a residential context, have been removed. This concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant team are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your staff report. Now is the time for commissioner questions of staff, but I want to remind my fellow commissioners, we want to move the meeting along, and please just limit it to questions of staff, and please don't comment or use this time for comment or deliberation. We want to be able to get through the meeting. With that, do we have any questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, do we have an applicant? It's time. You will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Rick Gunter. I live in Lockington on Flint Ridge. I'm a consultant that's been hired by the owner to help get this project approved. I think Lori and the staff did a fantastic job on the presentation and the staff report. There's nothing they missed. I have nothing to add. I'm only here to answer any questions that you might have.
Terrific. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Huppenger.
Yeah, can you speak to the storefront that will become a hotel room? In the resolutions, number 5.1, you know, is our standard resolution about making sure that it's clear glass and it's untinted, about keeping the street activated. But you're going to have a bedroom right there. So are you going to be putting up curtains? I mean, how is that going to continue to be clear glass and
Good question.
activated?
So just briefly, the reason that that guest room is on that floor is it's the only way we could fit an accessible unit in the building, and we want to make sure we have a hotel that's open to everyone. So by having it on the ground floor, it's accessible to public transit, to parking and all that, right, for those that need extra care getting around. The idea is that we would have blinds on the inside so it would be open during the daytime when either the room is unoccupied and or nobody's sleeping, and then blinds that you would pull down if you're sleeping. So from the outside, it still looks like it's open, like retail. And this is not different than retail stores at night. They turn the lights off and you can't see in. Not perfect, but it's the best we could do.
Okay. Is the building for sale?
No, absolutely not. It's the same
the
owner
picture on the
since-
cover says it's for sale.
There's space for lease. Oh, I don't know how old that picture is. So the building, the little market that's down below next to it is not this property and totally separate property. The building is not for sale. The owner that's going through this process has owned it since '05 and plans to continue opening it. I don't know why that sign's on the outside.
Okay, I mean, it was on the cover page. So
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
kind of obvious. Can you speak to security? Because I'm seeing the public restroom for the coffee house right next door, I mean, literally door next to each other with the hotel room. So how is that going to work for security?
So hotel rooms in this situation are always locked from the outside. And so it's usually through a phone app that you can get into the space. So hotel rooms are always secure from the hallway side, even if I'm staying there. So no one can get in that door unless they have the app to let themselves in. And then the restroom for the Javisa is, again, only open to customers that are at Javisa. It's not truly public, open after hours.
I appreciate that, but there's nothing, I mean, in a normal, we'll put in air quotes, hotel, you've got some security at the front door in terms of
Right.
who's coming in and who's coming out of the building. And here we've got this completely open to the public, so if I'm using my secure app to get into the door and someone's standing right there, I have no way of preventing them from, we won't talk about what that could happen, but that's a security issue to me. And so I was wondering, are you going to have cameras? I mean, how do you propose to provide security for your residents in those scenarios?
Right, so the building is fully monitored with cameras, as you suggested, of course. I'm going to look at the plan and share it, which I don't know if you can Can you see it on your screen?
No.
Okay. So I'm not sure how.
There we
Oh.
go.
So the issue is that,
Yeah, if you look at page SD6.
silly machine's not letting me.
It's like 6 pages in.
Right, no, right. There we go. So you're looking at the new second floor, this one?
Yeah, so the public restroom is literally right next door to the door to that suite 202.
The public restroom.
And the hallway. Go to the back, right there. Isn't that the public restroom?
Oh, it's not a public restroom for Javisa. That is a public restroom that is used by like maintenance staff that are coming in and out of the building. So this door to the back of Javisa is not accessible to the public. This is the Javisa lobby. Their bathroom is on the ground floor behind the kitchen.
On the ground, okay.
So the coffee shop bathroom is on the ground floor, right? This bathroom is sort of to service staff that are taking care of the building.
Okay,
Not open to the general public.
okay, that helps. Although anybody who comes to the second story mezzanine of the coffee shop can get into the hallways around the hotel rooms.
Not necessarily. This door is not an exit, and so it can be secured.
Okay, those were my concerns. Thank
Yep,
you.
Sure.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time before we go to public comment? Thank you so much. We'll go to public comment, and
Thanks for your time.
you'll have a chance to come back and rebut anything that you might hear. Mr. Gillig, do we have any public comment?
Chair, we do. First public speaker will be Slade Lynn. Slade will be followed by Stephanie Harker. Slade, you'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Please
Hey,
state
John.
your name and city of residence.
Slade Lynn, 1050 Gardner. I live in a building directly across the alley, so on the backside of the building. So very much against this idea. So here are the reasons. Number one, you're putting a long-term business, Salt's Cure, out of business. There aren't any other viable breakfast restaurants going west until Fairfax and going east maybe 5 or 6 blocks. I don't think it's right to put a restaurant that's been there quite some time and putting him out of business. Will the hotel be staffed 24/7? No. You're shaking your head. Okay. I think that's kind of a problem. So who do the neighbors go to if things get out of hand? And that can mean anything if there's no person on site, especially in the evening. What could be done to address some problem that happens if there are no staff on site? And let's pretend that there's a phone number that you could call, and there's a voicemail. How are we guaranteed that we're even going to get a return call to talk about the problems? And if there's some sort of violation, what entity would we go to complain about what has happened? Don't know that. We already know that the owner is shady and dishonest because he illegally operated an Airbnb on site. That doesn't speak very well because past behavior is the best indication of future behavior. So I have no trust in the owner of this property whatsoever. Basically, I see zero benefit for the neighborhood. We lose a very viable restaurant trading out for something that could really go south in a few different ways and not a lot of protection for next door neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. This actually is in my neighborhood. I have lived half a block from it for 40 years. And I'm sad that we're losing the restaurant, but I support this project. I think it was thoughtful And, you know, we already have a new, it's also on the agenda tonight, a new 4-story building with more luxury units, although now there'll be condos. But this is something that's needed in the neighborhood, and it's a small hotel. I think they'll do well there, and I appreciate that they are not changing the facade, the look of the neighborhood. We're trying to hang on to that as it is Spanish style, as you know. And I'm sure for that ground floor unit with the window in it, this is West Hollywood. You can probably find a couple of exhibitionists who'd be happy to stay in that room.
Kathy Blavis should be followed by our last speaker, Victor Obelchenko.
I can't follow that. Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I too am in support of this. I can't disregard the comments that I heard from Mr. Lin. I'm unfamiliar with the owner. I'm unfamiliar with the concept of there not being anyone on site, but I also am sad about losing our breakfast restaurant, but I should think that first and foremost, any concerns raised by Mr. Lin will be addressed this evening, or at least I hope so. In terms of the restaurant, we do have more restaurants. We have another breakfast place, and I think this is a turning point for our neighborhood. There are no hotels on the east side, and 6 rooms may not seem like a lot, but you know, when you have out-of-town guests and you want something nearby, I'm hoping that this will be a viable alternative. So I, too, am in full support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Victor Omolchenko, and Victor will be our last public speaker.
Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood. I was just in that neighborhood. I have visitors in from Florida and Maine, and I took them to my favorite Thai restaurant, Galanga, which is not too far away. And of course, we have the other establishments like the Fat Burger and the Astro Burger and the Chavista Coffee House. And so I see it as a business opportunity. I know that we can get in tax monies. What I would just like to bring up, I'm kind of musing right now, is over the years, I wonder whether we've been sold a bill of goods about all these different kind of models for housing opportunities. I start this as the fact that we're always under this penumbra of a housing crisis, yet years back, I remember people talking about, oh my God, I have to drive so far into work in West Hollywood and Beverly Hills. If only I could have one of those live-work, work-live units. And now, we're getting rid of them. I wish there was more analysis and talk, and maybe in the future you can do a study session, because what does this mean for the future? The next time you get approached with a work-live, live-work unit on top of a building like this, will we jump on it as the best thing since sliced bread? And then it reminds me also of a consent item that you passed several weeks ago when the project at 1301 North Fairfax was touted to the heavens, being a co-living arrangement, the new style of living, addressing housing issues, addressing housing problems, and that somehow, I guess, after major lawsuits, details of which I'm tantalized to discover, and I will, turned into a quiet apartment building now with no discussion from you. You didn't ask any questions. It was a consent item. So whereas I see an opportunity for more tax revenues from this, turning it into a hotel, I just wish there would be a couple of pages that would tell us about why work-live, live-work failed at this site. And if what Mr. Lin said about this being a Airbnb over the last few years, that doesn't really instill confidence in us, does it? So I look forward to your discussions on this and other issues when we find new models for housing thrown at us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Chair, that is our last public speaker for this item.
Thank you all for your public comment. At this time, I'll invite the applicant to come back. We have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like to respond to anything you have heard.
Sure, happy to. As it relates to operation in the space, remote operation is becoming very common among hotels throughout the chain. When I check into a Marriott, I don't meet anybody anymore. It's on my phone. I get to my room. That doesn't mean that there's not staff nearby that's available in case of emergencies, and we're happy to share the phone number of the owner. Jeremy, I can give it to you tonight if you want, anytime. Because they're interested in having a safe environment for their guests, just as you're interested in having a safe environment in your neighborhood. So there's a shared interest in getting that right. As it relates to the ground floor restaurant, I explained before, the only way we could make the building accessible for everybody is to make use of ground floor space. And much in the same way that that restaurant is entitled to end their lease and move somewhere else, that's a commercial decision between two businesses. We're not for or against that particular item. It just that was the only way we could make this project work. I think those are the only two things. Otherwise, I think most of it, again, is covered pretty well in the staff report. Thank you. Or any questions? I don't know.
Great. Any additional questions for the applicant? Commissioner Huppenkern.
Actually, not for the applicant, for staff. In looking at your conditions, and you did say that you were taking out 8, 14, 15, and 16. How will that be enforced in terms of the TOT? Obviously, if it's the Ramada or whoever, they're a hotel, that's entirely their business, but how will you know whether this is just going through Airbnb and they're saying the rooms aren't being rented and they're not paying the TOT? How's that going to work?
So the existing use is office, and they will have to go through the change of use process through building and safety. And through that process, they will get a certificate of occupancy once the plans have been routed through all the different divisions and approved. And at that point, we would ensure that the applicant goes to finance and goes through that whole process. They have to register their hotel use. Finance is also on the list of departments that review. So being that this would be a hotel use, they would flag it and make sure that they applied for a business tax certificate and registered as a hotel use, and the city audits that and oversees that.
I appreciate that in terms of all of the paperwork, but I'm talking about the actual enforcement. If these rooms are rented on next Thursday and they all go through Airbnb and they don't, they're saying, oh, it's not rented because it's off in Airbnb land and not a hotel, how is the city going to know that they are actually due a TOT? Is there some sort of audit process?
Yes, the finance division goes through an auditing process through their third-party HDL services, and they do audits, frequent audits of all hotels.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions of the applicant or staff? Great, hearing none. At this time, I'll close the public comment portion of today's hearing, and we'll move on to Commissioner deliberation. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Solomon.
I'm generally in support of the item. Thank you to the members of the public that came out to speak, and thank you to staff for preparing it. We're here to see our local businesses succeed, and I will miss the restaurant, but I don't necessarily view it as the role of this government entity to control a private transaction between, a commercial transaction between two private parties. I'll miss the restaurant, but I wish you all the best if approved tonight and it moves forward as a hotel.
Commissioner Huppenkern.
Yeah, I fully support, adaptive reuse. That's, yay, this is a great idea. Don't love losing the restaurant. More importantly, I don't love losing the activated space, and I'm really kind of concerned about just that being one big white wall of curtains all the time, and it looks kind of dead. But I think that this is a practical reuse of the space, and I would note that entitlements run with the land, so this is, for lack of a better word, permanent. So the decision we're making tonight is permanent in that respect. But I do think it's a good adaptive reuse, and I will support the item.
Commissioner Cavallero.
Yes, I'm generally in support of this staff report also in this change of use. However, I mean, I do want to bring, I frequent this Salt's Cure all the time. It's one of my favorite breakfast places in the city. And I do note that, given that I know the space, the as-built are incorrect, and then the proposed plans show a ramp. And I have the same issue that Commissioner Hoopengardner has in terms of activity on the street in front of that retail space. I am almost 100% certain that the ADA is going to be accessed through the back, because you show the ramp that's currently there, not in your as-bills, but you showed in your actual plans. And in your render, you show a hedge outside the window. And so it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I agree with Commissioner Hoopengardner. I think it's very awkward to have a bedroom there. Given all that, I still support the item. You know, I hope staff will stay on top of this as this moves forward, and we consider, you know, what our streetscape feels and looks like in the future in regards to this potential change.
Any other? Vice Chair Jones.
Yeah, thank you. I'm generally in support of this. I do, having been on commission for the amount of time that I have, I do lament, to Mr. Omolchenko's point, kind of the loss of an opportunity for live work here. There are very few sites in the city that have this kind of setup. It's a kind of an older building that has commercial or neighborhood serving retail space on the bottom and then living spaces on the top. There had been a lot of discussion in years past about how we might be able to activate some of those as live work. I recognize these things are driven by, you know, market demand, and it doesn't sound like the current owner of the property had, you know, there was an interest or maybe demand for that, but it does make me a little sad. That being said, it is a business interest. I've traveled a lot for work. I've stayed in a lot of different hotels. One of the things I think that disturbs and surprises me the most are hotels where there is a shower with a window that everyone, well, the other person staying in the hotel room can see what's happening in the shower. I've always thought that was weird. It's definitely standard High Line in New York, if any of you have stayed there, where they actually had to leave notes inside the hotel room saying, please close your windows if you're gonna do things without clothes on. So I just trust that, you know, the hotel will find an artful way to deal with that particular street-facing unit. Those are my comments. I'm generally in support of this. Thanks.
Anybody else? Commissioner Edwards.
I generally support this project. I actually live close by and a regular user of Javista. I don't like to talk about my caffeine addiction, but here we are. I appreciated that the applicant did reach out and got support letters from Javista, Breakthrough Pilates, and some of the other surrounding businesses. I would also just add to the whole conversation around the street being active is that the restaurant closes like early, like around 3, so it's really up to, and it has been through the Pilates place and through Javista, that especially Thursday through Sunday, that at night is active on the street. And so I don't think you're gonna lose that. But to the point about that one hotel space being there, I don't know, that's gonna it's going to be a little weird. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So I wish you good luck on that. I hope we don't hear anything. That would be lovely. But as I said before, I support this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I heard about this project back when they had their community meeting, and I was intrigued by the idea of turning this, a large part of this floor area into hotel space, especially this ground floor unit. I have to say, I don't love also the loss of live-work units. I think they're an innovative housing type that I would like to see flourish, but I also understand that, this is a decision made in order to serve market demand. If demand is there for hotel rooms and not for live-work units, that is the basis of the change. I am glad Javista's not going. I am sad for the loss of the restaurant also because, I think that the model of having the remote hotel also doesn't give us the employment opportunities that traditional hotels typically bring. I think I understand why the project is proposed. I am prepared to support it. I think that I want to note the loss of living units and also the lack of employment opportunity that's being supplied by this sort of hotel model. Good luck.
Commissioner Hoopengar.
I realized I had one other comment/question, and that is about the soundproofing on that ground floor unit. I checked the hours, and Javista opens at 7 a.m. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm in a hotel room. I'm not getting up at 7 a.m. And those espresso machines, last I heard, are really loud, not to mention the chit-chat of everyone in the room. So if I'm laying in my hotel bed and I'm listening to all of that noise, I would find my review substandard when it comes to reviewing my hotel room. So I would highly encourage staff and the applicant to look closely at the soundproofing on that wall because that could be very problematic.
Commissioner Cavallero.
I'm ready to make a motion on this, but I wanted to ask legal, only because in the renders, they're showing a row of hedges outside that ground floor unit. Can we have a condition where they cannot place hedges in that location? Just to keep it open and try to keep the integrity of the street front?
Commissioner Carvalero, I would probably be sensitive to sort of imposing that type of requirement. I don't know that it's customarily within sort of the findings that we generally would require or the conditions that we would generally try to account for in terms of the impacts of the project as proposed.
Understood.
What hedge?
Yeah, if you look at the render of that ground floor unit, looking out, there's a row of hedges outside the window.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the ground floor. Yeah.
So if that goes
So
there,
that answers my question about the clear windows.
Yeah, and it also kind of points to the fact that the ADA entrance is going to be in the back, not in the front.
True. Good point. So to your point, either it's an active front or not. And the hedges are not.
Correct.
I think it's a valid point.
But it's not in our purview.
I don't want to suggest it's not possible. I just think the
the commission would need to be conscientious of sort of the project as proposed and sort of that there are other considerations about the layout probably in terms of how they can activate the space.
Would you like to make a motion? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'm sorry, legal. I'm a little curious as to, we make conditions all the time. So why would this not be something we can condition?
Commissioner Hoopengartner, I think if there's a proposed condition that the city can consider, I'd be happy to do that. It just noting that. No, go ahead.
Sorry. So I believe that you're referring to the rendering, which is showing a hedge outside the window, right? But the site plan doesn't show any new landscaping proposed. So the applicant is not proposing any changes at the ground level.
So we're approving the plans.
I'm sorry.
We would be approving the plans.
Do we follow the plans or do we follow the renders? You know, because in design review, they're sort of interchangeable, and we see them, we take them for what they are.
Yeah, and then
so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you are approving the project plans. The rendering is just, it's a graphic representation of an artist. And also in the description of the project, we are not talking about any improvements at the ground level. So that's not what the applicant proposed, or that's not what we evaluated.
And Commission, I do want to note, Condition 2.3 does say that it's the approval of the plans, so there is a recognition that it is the plans versus the renderings. And I think that is sometimes the distinction as well. The renderings aren't necessarily part of the approval or the conditions.
Okay, then with that clarification, I'd like to make a motion to move this
Commissioner
project.
Edwards, did you have a...
He answered it.
He answered it, great. Go ahead, Commissioner Cavallero, feel free to make a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve this per the staff report with no conditions.
I would
I'll
second
second.
that. Oh, you can have it, Commissioner Hoopengartner.
And a note of clarification for the commission, for the motion maker and the second. We did have those amended conditions as well, so I would just request sort of confirmation that the motion includes that amendment. It was the strikeout of the conditions applicable to vacation rentals.
The three conditions.
Correct.
Yeah, it includes the strikeout of the three conditions
Thank
in
you.
the staff report.
Perfect. And Commissioner Hoopengartner, does the second still hold?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's 14, 15, and 16 that are struck. Thank you, yes.
Great, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, let's go to a vote.
And the motion passes unanimously with 7 ayes. We do have an appeal process for this item. Resolution number PC 26-1636, the Planning Commission just approved for the property located at 7494 Santa Monica Boulevard, memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees. The appeal deadline will be Monday, March 30th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
Thank you so much. The next public hearing tonight involves 7428 Santa Monica Boulevard. At this time, we will hold a public hearing to consider a subdivision of a 31-unit mixed-use residential building into a common interest development for the property at 7428 Santa Monica Boulevard. I understand the commission had previously approved this, but we will hear that in the staff report. Before we have the staff report, any disclosures of public conversations? Hearing none, let's have the staff report.
Chair Gregoire and Commissioners, this is a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for the subdivision of an existing 5-story mixed-use project that includes 31 residential units into a common interest development. The existing building, along with the tract map, received initial approval from the Planning Commission in April 2019, but expired in April 2021 because the final map was never recorded. A certificate of occupancy has recently been issued for the project. However, the building has not yet been occupied and no tenants are currently residing in the building. Therefore, no tenants are being displaced or relocated as part of the subdivision request. Staff recommends approval of this subdivision request as conditioned in the draft resolution. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your staff report. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Solomon.
Quick question. So regarding the map, not the development permit, just the map. It was approved in 2019, then you noted that it expired in 2021. Yeah, the subdivision map. So my understanding on the entitlements for a development permit is that they last for 5 years. They can be extended if need be. Maps last for only 2 years.
Yes, this is subject to the Subdivision Map Act, which has different regulations than development permits. So subdivisions are valid for 24 months. So within that 24 months, once they obtain planning approval, they have to go through the final map process. And this applicant did not do that.
And the SMA is probably, the 24 months is probably in state code rather than local code?
Correct.
Thanks, that's all.
Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, on that point, just a quick question. So I know that in the Subdivision Map Act, the standard period is 24 months before expiration. Before that expiration period, a project can apply to extend that for 12 months, is that correct?
That is correct. However, they did not apply for an extension request.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Jones. Do we have an applicant's presentation?
I believe the applicant is here, yes.
When you come to the mic, please state your name and city of residence. You will have 10 minutes.
I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I have no presentation. We support staff's recommendation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, thank you so much. Mr. Gillig, any public comment on this matter?
We do. Our first public speaker will be Dustin Lear. Dustin will be followed by Stephanie Harker. And you will have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Dustin Lear. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I live on Vista Street, so just above this development. I'm going to read off of something because it's much easier for me. It's my first time. I'm a neighbor and I'm relatively new to this process. So when I received notice about tonight's hearing, I had a lot of questions. I did speak to Lori Yelton yesterday to better understand what was actually being considered. My understanding from this conversation is that the request was originally submitted, and I've just heard that, so, and approved around the same time the building project itself was approved, and that tonight's hearing exists because that approval lapsed. Again, asked and answered. I also understand that as long as the building meets condominium code requirements, which are essentially the same as rental building codes, the conversion can be granted. I appreciate Lori taking the time to walk me through that, and I defer to her if any of that needs clarification or if I got any of that wrong. But it did leave me genuinely curious about where the community input comes into play in this decision. A neighbor mentioned that a top floor 2-bedroom in this building is being priced at or around $10,000 a month to rent. I'm told there's a rooftop amenity that factors into that price, but $10,000 a month is still a remarkable number for a rental in a building in general, but especially one with an unremarkable and uninspired look. It really does not seem to be worth that price, but I guess that's where we are with the cost of living and inflation. As converting those units to condos means those same units leave the rental market permanently at a time when West Hollywood and the rest of LA has a rental shortage, the staff recommendation tonight is to approve this application because the building meets the code. Which brings me to my honest question, when the recommendation is already approval, what role does the public comment actually play if it's really a clerical decision? I'd just like to understand how the input from our residents, like me, factors into decisions like this, and whether there's a bigger picture conversation happening around housing and affordability that feeds into this. Because ultimately, these developers can then take that money that they gain from condominium sales and move on to the next project and just continue this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Victor Omolchenko.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. This is also in my neighborhood. I remember when this came around the first time, and Mr. Elliott was the representation. I went to the neighborhood meeting, which we still had them then. I hope we still have them in the future. But my question is, and perhaps you could ask staff or the developer for us, is, because I believe it's 4 stories, and were there ever affordable units? Did they get any waivers or entitlements or anything, and which then allowed them to put affordable units? My question is, again, if there's 31 units, are any of those going to still remain affordable, or does that go away with the fact that it fell out of or expired? Because these, of course, will be what is known as luxury units due to the price, and luxury condos, but that sort of defeats the purpose of having originally had affordable units in it. So that was my question. Otherwise, I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker will be Victor Omolchenko.
Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood. Reading on page 3 of 8 of the staff report, the development was approved with 15 one-bedroom units, 15 two-bedroom units, and 1 three-bedroom unit. But was it built and constructed with that same mix? I would be curious, and perhaps you're finding out. I do see, when you look further down, you do then see it. This may answer Ms. Harker's question. Of the 31 residential units, 3 units are reserved for very low-income households and 2 for moderate-income households. And when I see that word moderate-income households, I like seeing that because that's about the great big middle group of middle-class people who are kind of being really, really stretched. We do look out here for 3 very low-income units and then 2 moderate ones. So, are those still in this new project, in this condominium project? Will those units be filled with folks from our inclusionary housing rental list through a lottery? And will there be an opportunity, I guess, you know, there was a word during the Bush administration about an ownership society where there was pressure to let people get mortgages and ownership in that. So in terms of the inclusionary units, if they're still there, will those inclusionary units for the 3 very low income and the 2 moderate income be available for sale? Because I remember a couple of years ago that the commission here and the city was looking into the concept of allowing folks at the lower income levels and moderate income levels be able to purchase inclusionary units. That is a program, I think, that is kind of quietly bubbling behind the scenes, but it would be one that could, you know, the more we know about it, it could inform us about all of the different housing opportunities we have. So I do look forward to your discussion, and I wish the staff report had provided that kind of information to the public so that we don't have to take this time to ask the questions, but you know, I like to ask questions and I like to know the details. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. That is our last public speaker for this item.
Thank you all for your public comment. At this time, I'll close the public comment portion of today's hearing. And I will invite the applicant's representative back to give a 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer the question, the inclusionary units will remain in the building and they will be condominiumized and will be sold to households that meet the income qualifications. And the city, I mean, the city can speak to this more, but the city has a mechanism for selling affordable units and it sets the price. And then there's a list and we get the buyers from that list.
Any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you so much. Let's move on to Commissioner deliberation. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Edwards.
Let's see here, look at my notes. From my perspective, it seems pretty straightforward. It's a subdivision map act that the city already took actions necessary for it to meet its requirements for affordable spaces, that we have a mechanism that either they're state rental or they become under home ownership and still maintains the same level of affordability who has access to it. I live nearby. I just really hope this project gets done sooner rather than later. I'm generally in support of this project, so I really appreciate the questions that were asked because those were the same questions I had. And it's my understanding from the conversation and what's in the documents that, like I stated before, that which is affordable will be staying affordable.
Would like to go, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I also find this to be pretty straightforward. I appreciate that there will be for sale units at the very low income and moderate income level. You know, I think that's a really necessary resource. And yeah, I know that it can be, it's hard when something is labeled as a luxury building. I think it's sort of a marketing term. We've had this conversation at the commission before that, you know, everything that's built brand new, everyone wants to call it luxury right off the bat. But you know, these units, eventually, all of these units will become much more accessible as they age, and I look forward to that. So, yeah, I'm prepared to support this project, and I think it's a good project and a pretty straightforward proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon.
Ditto. I will vote to approve. We've approved before the exact same thing. There's nothing different. I am also, I'm excited to see for sale new construction. It's something that never, ever, ever happens because of some state laws. But maybe staff can speak to, I don't know that we've done before, inclusionary units for sale in the city. Like, how does that program work?
So according to the Housing Division, the city has never sold for sale units. Generally speaking, the affordable units are rented, but those 5 units will remain affordable, whether they are rented or sold. They have the option of both rental or for sale. So that would be, and it's based on the CPI.
So let's say they do sell the affordable units. What is that process?
Would they'll be working with their housing department. The city uses some formula to establish the price range for what is considered, what income level, like moderate income, etc. So all the process of how those are sold will be kind of taken care of through our housing, but these units are deed restricted to stay at this affordability level for the useful life of the project. So that is
the
condition.
potential buyers have to qualify in order to bid on the for
Yes,
sale.
right.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? Vice Chair Jones?
Yeah, nothing groundbreaking to report here. I also am in concurrence with other comments from Commissioner Harrison Solomon and Commissioner Edwards. I actually really love that there are going to be units available for purchase for people with lower and moderate income. So I'm in support of this project as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Garner?
Yeah, I mean, under state law, this is a pretty perfunctory act, but to me, it's a mixed bag of for sale versus affordable housing. Rental housing, we keep talking about rental housing, and here's 31 not rental housing. So, but I support staff's recommendation. I'm sure that the housing department will make sure that those affordable units are in fact set aside for the appropriate group of people.
Commissioner Harris?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion, but first I wanted to provide a little clarity because I also had questions for a long time about how affordable for sale units function. And I represented a project in the city of LA that was sort of like on the west side in the sort of Robertson, South Robertson area. And we had a low-income unit for sale, and we asked the housing department what the price would be. It's a little tough because I think they use comps, and then they also have to factor in what the interest rates are and all this, because it really comes down to what the monthly payment's going to be for someone of an affordable income. And the unit, it was a for-sale townhouse, was going to have to be sold about $130,000 in the South Robertson neighborhood. So that's sort of just to give folks clarity on like what affordable means. And this was a low income, not a very low income unit. So what it means, again, it's going to be different depending on the market area, depending on what interest rates are when it goes for sale. But just wanted to sort of shine that light because I had the same question. And then, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation on this project.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously with 7 ayes. There is an appeal process for this item. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved, resolution number 26-1638, for properties at 7428 Santa Monica Boulevard, memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees. The appeal deadline will be Monday, March 30th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the third public hearing, I would like to take a 5-minute recess so people can use the restroom and stretch our legs. Let's come back in 5 minutes. Let's get started again. Okay, terrific. I will call the meeting back to order at this time. If people could please take their seats. So our next public hearing this evening is a zone text amendment involving streamlining qualifying housing projects seeking a development permit. We'll now hold a public hearing to consider a zone text amendment and specific plan amendment to streamline qualifying housing projects seeking a development permit by establishing administrative approval by the Community Development Director for housing and mixed-use housing projects that comply with the applicable objective standards in state housing law and modifying related noticing and appeal procedures. Before we get the staff report, any disclosures to make? Hearing none, let's go to the staff report.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager in the Community Development Department. I'm joined by our Assistant Director, Jennifer Alkire, as well as Legal Counsel. Tonight's presentation is really focused on the revised ordinance language brought back in response to the Planning Commission's January 15th direction. Rather than rewalking the entire history of the item, staff is really going to focus on the specific changes reflected in the revised draft and the decision points before you tonight. So for tonight, staff is asking Commission to focus on 5 decision points. First, whether to adopt objective standards in applicable state housing law as the eligibility test for director-level review. Second, whether to require neighborhood meetings for all qualifying housing projects of 5 or more units. Third, whether to affirm the revised notice structure, including site posting tied to application filing and a mailed notice of intended decision at least 10 days before action. Fourth, whether to affirm a single appeal path to the City Council. And fifth, whether to confirm inclusion of associated subdivisions, SSI projects or suitable site inventory projects, meeting designated capacity, and also qualifying 100% affordable housing projects. Those are the main policy choices in the revised draft. In January, the proposal still used a unit threshold as a core eligibility test. The revised draft removes that threshold concept and instead uses an eligibility framework based on objective standards and applicable state housing law. In January, there was no integrated commissioner participatory design input for director-level cases. The revised draft responds by keeping the neighborhood meeting and adding the option for a single commissioner liaison through the bylaws rather than through a codified design review subcommittee role. And the revised draft also adds website posting of the director's written decision and clearer appeal timing. So the changes staff brought back are intended to respond directly to the Commission's request for an alternative framework. Director review now turns on whether a project is a qualifying housing project under the revised eligibility framework, meaning a housing or mixed-use housing project that complies with the objective standards and applicable state housing law, subject to the ordinance's exclusions. The revised draft also clarifies that requests for state law relief do not, by themselves, elevate review authority, that associated subdivisions may follow the same path where allowed, and that the director retains referral authority for complex or unusual cases. Planning Commission review still remains for CUPs, variances, excluded uses such as hotels, legislative approvals, and cases referred upward by the director. So the revised draft narrows the review question to eligibility while preserving exclusions and referral authority. The revised draft also changes how public engagement is structured. It keeps site posting within 30 days of application filing for director-level permits. It requires a neighborhood meeting for qualifying housing projects of 5 or more units. It adds a mailed notice of intended decision at least 10 days before the director acts, including common instructions and appeal rights. It requires website posting of director's written decision within 1 business day, and it clarifies when the appeal period begins. So while the review path is being streamlined, the revised draft still preserves early public-facing touchpoints and adds clearer decision access. The neighborhood meeting remains applicant-led and advisory. The revised draft then recommends an optional single commissioner liaison through the Planning Commission bylaws rather than through a codified subcommittee structure. Staff's recommendation is intended to preserve flexibility, reduce Brown Act and recusal complications, and allow design-oriented input earlier in the process. The revised draft also removes a two-step appeal path for eligible director decisions and instead provides one appeal directly to the City Council. So the meeting structure and the appeal structure have both been revised in response to the Commission's feedback about early input and process clarity. In addition to the main eligibility and process revisions, the draft also retains 3 related scope components. First, associated subdivisions may follow the streamlined path where allowed, so a map is not elevated solely because a subdivision is involved. Second, suitable sites inventories, site projects meeting the designated capacity may use the streamlined pathway as well. Third, qualifying 100% deed restricted affordable housing projects are included regardless of size, unless excluded approvals are required. And at the same time, hotel uses, legislative approvals, and projects requiring separate subjective discretionary approvals remain excluded from this process. The revised draft does not change zoning standards, sunset-specific plan standards, inclusionary requirements, demolition rules, tenant protections, building and fire review, engineering review, or project-level CEQA where CEQA is otherwise required. It also does not change land use designations, allowable uses, density, height, FAR, or development capacity. So the ZTA and sunset-specific plan amendment remain procedural updates. They change review authority, notice structure, and appeal structure, but they do not change the city's substantive land use framework. Staff does have revisions to the ordinance language in the packet that we would like to read into the record. The motion from the January 15th Planning Commission directed staff to provide a framework that eliminated Planning Commission discretionary review threshold for compliant housing projects and provided for approval by the Community Development Director for any housing or mixed-use housing projects that comply with all applicable objective standards in Title 19 or the zoning ordinance and applicable state housing law, with additional direction to consider adding in design review and neighborhood meetings. So the recommended language in the revised ordinance, and specifically the definitions of a qualifying housing projects, intended to capture that, but it can read in narrower than the direction or what it was intended. So staff does recommend a few slight refinements to the proposed ordinance. For the definitions of qualifying housing projects, we are incorporating some slight modifications where you might be able to read on the screen, which is basically to include after Government Code Section 65915 et sequitur, the line, or other relief from compliance with applicable objective development standards provided by the city or state law. That clarification would then be added to the suitable sites inventory as well as a 100% deed restricted affordable housing project definition as well. In addition, we are adding a clarification to the effective date, what projects these would apply to. This ordinance shall take effect 30 days after its adoption and is applicable to all applications filed following the effective date. So we hope that helps clarify. In addition, there are just some minor kind of cleanup revisions to the general findings, section 1. We're just including a line to include other relief available under the applicable state housing law, and then some language to the very end, which states that we're going to add state density bonus law and other applicable state housing law affordability and streamlining tools, basically just to be in line with the revisions to the definition. And then just a slight little refinement to the general plan consistency to include similar language to be consistent with the revised definitions for qualifying housing projects. So based on the revised draft and the staff report, staff recommends 2 actions tonight. First, to adopt the draft resolution recommending City Council approval of the ZTA census-specific amendment and CEQA determination as revised by staff as read into the record. Second, direct staff to initiate a planning commission bylaw update for a single optional commissioner liaison at neighborhood meetings for qualifying housing projects. So those recommendations reflect the revised draft brought back in response to the Commission's January 15th direction. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to answer questions from the Commission. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your staff report. Since there's no applicant this evening, and in accordance with my past practice, I'd like us to just go to public comment, because the public comment might help inform commissioner questions.
No, I'm sorry, I have staff questions.
You'd like to ask questions, then?
I have questions.
Since there is an objection, I will allow commissioners to ask questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Inasmuch as it was my suggestion that design review be consolidated with the neighborhood meetings, I'm trying to understand how staff interpreted that to strip it out as not a design review, but a single, effectively toothless, one planning commissioner attending a applicant-run neighborhood meeting. So that to me is the exact opposite of what I moved and suggested, and I believe my seconder agreed to, and we voted on. So I'm wondering how staff chose to completely change what we voted on.
Sure, Commissioner. So the intention was to consider how to incorporate some sort of design review component or element into the neighborhood meeting. So staff did consider a variety of options. The option or alternative considered tonight was to basically try and avoid an additional Brown acted meeting with the incorporation of even two commissioners at a neighborhood meeting. We would start getting into Brown Act issues, and the whole intent of the ZTA is to streamline process, eliminate the amount of hearings and meetings that would be required for a project. So instead of doing a full-blown Brown acted type of neighborhood meeting, the idea was to still have participation by a planning commissioner at a public meeting to provide design-oriented feedback for a developer, which would be advisory anyways, just as it is at a design review subcommittee meeting.
Inasmuch as design review is meant to be a conversation and bring together a number of minds with a number of ideas, it seems to be antithetical to the whole concept. I am trying to understand, I appreciate your comment about the Brown Act, but I'm trying to understand, we've already stripped everything else of the Brown Act out of this process according to this proposal. And so you're proposing to strip the very last element of the Brown Act and any public process out of this. Is that correct?
So I don't understand how we're removing any public process. So we are still having a neighborhood meeting, right, where we're still trying to get feedback from the public.
Neighborhood who doesn't have any design experience.
Which we were inviting a planning commissioner if the commission decides to vote that way. So the intent is to have early on input from both the public and the commission. Not only on design, but of all factors. But the planning commissioner assigned would be hopefully skilled in providing the applicant with design feedback.
But the meeting would be run by the applicant, and so there would be no, as is currently happening at neighborhood meetings, the staff person is basically there as an observer, and the commissioner would be, what, at the will of the applicant?
But no, the commissioner can still participate just like any other member of the community member.
Any member of the community, but not as a commissioner.
Not as a representative of the commission, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Let's go to public comment. Mr. Gillig, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Chair. We do. Our first public speaker will be Victor Omolchenko. Victor will be followed by Jacob Pierce. Victor, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood. I've already submitted a detailed written letter for the record, but tonight I want to speak to the intent of the proposal before you. This zone text amendment represents a voluntary surrender of the very civic oversight this commission was created to provide. Now, in January, our discussion centered on a 100-unit threshold for review. If a new project had 100 units or more, you would still be involved in the process. If it were below 100, then city staff would be involved. But tonight, we see a motion to eliminate Planning Commission oversight for projects of all sizes. This is not acceptable. We should not be forced to choose between bad and worse, whether the threshold is 100 units or this extreme 0-unit proposal. Both are voluntary abdications of local democracy that the state does not require. If you adopt an administrative-only model, West Hollywood becomes an outlier, an outcast. Our neighbors prove there is a better way. Culver City maintains a Planning Commission review for any project over 25 units. San Francisco maintains a discretionary review safety valve so the public can be heard on exceptional projects. And in San Francisco, which is facing such extreme housing pressure, if San Francisco can maintain a safety valve for its citizens, why is West Hollywood so eager to legislate itself out of existence? The city often suggests their hands are tied by Sacramento. That is simply not true. State law sets a floor for housing production, but it does not mandate that we strip this commission of its power to oversee massive luxury developments. That is a local choice, and it's a choice to provide less transparency than almost any of our neighbors. Replacing a formal public hearing with an informal neighborhood meeting is a downgrade for democracy. A neighborhood meeting carries no legal weight and creates no official record. It is a facade of engagement that riles people up without giving them a real voice. I urge you to reject this all-administrative internal model. Follow Culver City's lead and set a threshold of 25 units for review by you. Residents should not have to piece our future together from hints and omissions. We deserve the full picture and a seat at the table. Do not voluntarily silence the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jacob Pierce, followed by our last speaker, Anita Goswami. Jacob? No? Anita.
Hi there, I'm Anita Goswami. I'm a longtime resident here of West Hollywood. I oppose the proposed ZTA. I've gone ahead and submitted various reasons in my written comments. I remain concerned about what is in effect the abdication of power and responsibility by the Commission to the staff. I echo and support what my neighbor Victor just stated. This zone text amendment takes away the more formal neighborhood participation, gives the appearance of concentrating power away from the spotlight that is this Commission meeting. And I remind you all that next Saturday is the No King's Day March and rallies. And yet, that's exactly what I thought of when I was reading the zone text amendment. I've observed that there's challenges with notice signage as brought forth before this commission, and that while it is said that neighbors have been notified, the reality has been that neighbors and local businesses have not been notified, as has been brought forth before you and the commission. Reducing the meetings does not facilitate meaningful dialogue and collaborative community. I've also observed challenges with going through the detailed documents that are the foundations of planning and building. I've observed challenges with basic math. 12 does not include 15, does not equal 15. 41 does not equal 50. You've heard me say that before. There's a myriad of misunderstandings and small errors that have been cited in this forum. Having an informal neighborhood meeting without that educated advice is just not a good space. I remain concerned also about the amount of work involved. If we've got such a myriad of misunderstandings and small errors, In effect, this ZTA would add more work to the planning staff. We've got some great people, but has the Planning Commission considered the cost of additional staffing to support this work? Does this become an unfunded mandate from the Commission and eventually the Council? Or is it just work overload for planning staff? Combined with a potential approval of the K-Line Northern Extension through the heart of West Hollywood, this zone text amendment would reduce livability parcel by parcel and with minor notice to the community and close to zero involvement. I oppose the zone text amendment as written. It needs to go back to be revised. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker. Our last speaker will be Kathy Blavis.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I'm in total agreement with the last two speakers. I certainly won't be as detailed nor eloquent, but it just brings me to the place of, first and foremost, agreeing with Commissioner Hoopengarner. Design review. Design review is important at a commission level, not to be a part of a neighborhood meeting where you may or may not even get a chance to speak. It saddens me because to the extent that you can, you represent the community. And if you vote in favor of this, it just says to the community, what voice do we have? And what voice do you have? You're taking away what your mission statement should be. You're taking that, and I don't want to reduce it to the word power because it's not about power. It's about having our voice come from you. Whether we agree or disagree, we get an opportunity to speak up. And I don't believe it'll be the same if it's reduced to a neighborhood meeting put together by the developer. So I don't mean any offense by this, but if this goes forward, then I just wonder why you're all here and why you're showing up. And if you feel, you know, your voice isn't important, because to us, it truly is. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That was our last public speaker. I do have two citizen position slips. One is Stephanie Harker, West Hollywood, opposes staff's recommendation for this item. And Michael Carter, West Hollywood, also opposes staff's recommendation for this item.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment on this matter. At this time, I'll close the public comment portion of this hearing. Now we will go to, are there any additional questions for staff before we go to Commissioner deliberation? Commissioner Hoopengarner.
Yes, in your staff report, you mentioned a number of times, but that the notice of intended decision will be mailed in advance of the director's determination. But how is that possible? If we had this discussion in detail a month ago. You said, you know, the director's going to make a determination, and then there's a 10-day notice period, and in which people can comment, but you're saying here that the notice is going to be mailed in advance of the director's determination. I'm trying to understand that timeline, and the second part of this question is, who is going to be mailed?
Yes, so the notice of intended decision is mailed at least 10 days before the director action. So that particular notice will include comment instructions for folks who want to submit any comments, and it will also have information about how to appeal the decision once that decision is made. The notification will go out to the same notification radius that we have now, which is usually 500 feet within the project site, to all property owners and tenants in that particular radius. Once the decision is made by the director, then it also gets posted on the website to give folks basically an opportunity to see the decision, posted the next business day. And then the appeal itself starts the next business day after posting. So there's opportunities for folks to not only get notice on the intended decision at the time before the director makes a decision, but then there'll also be a public-facing component on the website where they can actually see the decision and know when to appeal as well.
So I suggested at the last meeting a subscription model so that people could actually subscribe, and staff has rejected that idea?
No, no, no. We will still consider that idea. It's going to be part of sort of like the administrative guidelines and procedures for the neighborhood meeting. So that will still be part of the recommendations. Yeah.
A recommendation, but not actually part of the recommendation from staff.
It just won't be
Okay.
codified, correct?
In your discussion on page 10, you talk about this removal of the design review committee and putting it down to one person, and you're saying that this reduces the risk of potential recusal complications. Can you please explain that?
Sure, just looking at that right now. So, sorry as I scroll, I'm sorry. Page 10. Yes, so with regards to that, so if the, because we do have the liaison participating as, as a liaison to the committee, if there are any, because it's an optional participation, it's not a requirement for the meeting to continue, or it won't, declare them meeting ineligible, meeting the requirements if the planning commissioner does not, him or herself attend. So if they by chance need to recuse themselves because they live within 500 feet or because they have a business interest that they need to recuse themselves, that would be okay. It will not hold the neighborhood meeting invalid.
So that would mean that there would be no planning commissioner at the neighborhood meeting?
Potentially, unless, when we start discussing the potential for a bylaws update, if, that would be something to consider at the time, the planning commission could potentially designate somebody else to attend that particular meeting.
So that brings me to my second question. Exactly how will this one person be selected and by whom?
Sure. Yeah, so staff's recommendation is if the commission is okay with this proposal, is to direct staff to do an update of the bylaws, and we would bring that to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission itself, well, actually the chair, or however we decide to structure it, will actually select that particular liaison for the neighborhood meetings.
Okay, my last question relates to your statement in the resolution about the general plan consistency and goal G2, which our city has a goal to, quote, maintain transparency and integrity in West Hollywood's decision-making process. Can you please explain how removing all public process maintains transparency and integrity?
I don't know where you're getting removing public process. That's
Okay,
not
a
in the
neighborhood
ordinance.
meeting is not a public process. It's not a decision-making body, so there's no public. The staff is going to make the decision under this proposed ordinance, so the public would be not included in that decision-making process.
No, they're still invited to a neighborhood meeting. That is a public
Mm-hmm.
process. It's a public component. They're invited to provide comments during the decision while the director is making a decision. They're allowed to appeal if they have, anything to appeal. So, if anything, it's just streamlining the actual process. It's not eliminating public participation in any way apart from what we have now.
Apart from what we have now. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Solomon.
Two quick questions. As it relates to the number of planning commissioners that would be appointed as a liaison to design review, you mentioned the concerns with the Brown Act. My understanding of the Brown Act is that it's a Brown Act body if there's a majority of us there, and I'm wondering, what constitutes a Brown Act body?
So, Commissioner Solomon, I'll speak to that question. Typically, a Brown Act body is a legislative body. That's how it's most commonly understood, as a quorum of the legislative body. There is an exception in the Brown Act under the definition of a legislative body, and that's when it's a standing committee of the legislative body, which can be comprised of less than a quorum of the members. And so that's why there's still a Brown Act concern. It's a strange feature of the Brown Act, you might say. It's very frequently not cited even, but it is true that a standing committee still must comply with the Brown Act because of that exception within the definition.
Okay. We're not redoing our bylaws tonight. It's direction to come back, and we can talk more about that issue when it comes to us. I would at least recommend an alternate. We'll get there. The other thing is, the other question that I have is about, we mentioned it in the January meeting, and you briefly mentioned it now about the online posting. So how will it work, the website? Like, will it be on weho.gov where you can go and find decisions that have been rendered by the director?
Yeah, that's the intent. And more than likely, we will also either have a QR code or a URL that's dedicated so that even on the notice of intended decision, we will have that included so folks will know where to go and see the decision once it's posted.
I agree that a website doesn't meet the threshold of entering into the municipal code, more an administrative policy, but I would encourage, if there's a way whenever an application is filed, if people are checking the website, they're subscribing to it, they're aware of a project near them or not, just any project in the city of West Hollywood, the moment that it's entering into our pipeline, we're a small city, 500 feet, anything affects all of us, and we hear often enough people saying that they didn't receive a mailer. So I think, again, not a code thing, but just as a policy, I'm all for the website being as robust and as informative early in the process as it can be.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I did have a couple questions for staff. One is about the sort of materials that the community would have access to prior to the community meeting. Obviously, with the format that we have now, there are consistent materials. There's, staff report, there's plans, there's, whatever the proposed actual text is of the approval. And so I'm just wondering how that will work, if community members will have consistent access to plans, and at what point in the process prior to, say, a community meeting, people could have access to that.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding is that the neighborhood meeting requirements, so they will be elevated to include, the like project plans, renderings, as much as is needed to actually make some informed comments on the project. It just can't be just a sketch of the project. So that will sort of be baked into the requirements for the applicant, and that will most likely be, I think we said notices about neighborhood meetings at least 10 days or before a meeting.
Was it 60 days, within 60 days of application? Is that?
The
neighborhood meeting for the
neighborhood, the neighborhood meeting should happen within 60 days application filing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I had another quick question about, part of the staff report is that, says that the community development director retains authority to refer complex, unusual, or high interest cases. Could you tell us a little bit what you mean by complex, unusual, or high interest? Like, how would that be determined? Which types of projects would be complex or unusual, and how would that be determined?
I can't speak for the director, but I think anything probably that might just be either extremely controversial, maybe perhaps it's a little too like big or different than what is previously considered for that particular project, or parcel or community. So there's no hard and fast decision. I think it's pretty broad. Anything else to add?
That's a provision that exists in the code now. and it's very seldom used. There aren't any hard and fast rules, as Francisco has mentioned, for how that gets implemented, but it would be used sparingly. I think the idea of streamlining is to have the developers and the community have an understanding of what to expect in the process, and so the fewer things that we can handle outside of the established process, the better, but it does give us that ability if there's something that's really outside of the norm.
Commissioner Caballero.
Building on Commissioner Harris's comments, so the community meeting happens, the drawings and the package is delivered to the community ahead of time, or they have access to it on the website. Then the community gathers, they make comment, and the developer has the opportunity to absorb some of those comments. At what point will those revisions be available for the community to review before the director makes an assessment of the project? How do they access the material, or how do all of us access the material before the director makes the determination?
Yeah. So the director's decision, so when that decision is made, that information will be made available to the public. At least that will be the drop dead deadline. If an applicant decides to submit those ahead of time, I think we may be able to include those in the project page. But you know, there's no requirement for them to submit ahead of that director's determination, or they will submit before the director's determination. There's no hard and fast of when that should be posted for the public review until after the notice of intended decision.
Can we make it a requirement then? Because that seems like, you know, the drawings would be done the day before the director makes a determination, and we don't have any chance of sort of saying anything.
Yeah, they'll be at least 10 days before the director makes their decision, right? They will be available before that notice goes out, telling people, hey, I'm going to make a decision. You can see the plans here. So that's the intent.
Within 10 days of the director's determination.
Correct. Right. It could be sooner, but at the minimum 10 days when that notice goes out.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, to follow up the conversation or the questions by Caballero is, so I'm trying to understand the timing. So they have the meeting, they get the feedback, then the director takes that feedback and either integrates some of it or all of it or none of it, and then the director will render a decision or a draft decision. It's not official until a notice goes out, and then there's 10 days to comment or 10 days and to say this decision is going to happen, or is there, like, if I see that decision and I don't like the decision, I feel like we weren't heard, is there any remedy to that, or is that just they could just add some additional comments and then appeal?
Yeah. So typically what happens when the director receives comment from the public, what they will do is that, you know, they will take that into consideration. Although they won't do this line by line, but typically those are reflected in the findings for the actual development permit. So they may state, you know, there were some concerns regarding X, Y, or Z. You know, I believe that these were addressed here, here, here. You know, again, it won't be point by point, but it will be summary. And, you know, they'll be summarized in the findings for the actual development permit.
It's okay, another line of questions. So when they hold these public meetings, or just out of curiosity, do they have to meet any ADA requirements? Meaning that they become aware if somebody needs big print, they will be responsible for, you know, printing something large, or?
Yeah, it would be handled just like we do a neighborhood meeting currently, correct. We have to make accommodations for all neighborhood meetings if requested.
Okay. And then the subscription model, like we have Engage WeHo, that's not out of the realm of possibility to utilize as a tool since we already have it existing?
Correct. It will be something akin to that or on the city webpage, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Caballero.
Another question. In terms of sequence and in terms of how much time we're actually saving, is a project, so if the director deems the project complete and approves it, it then needs to come to city council. In that period of time, right, it comes to city council after the director approves it?
No, that's incorrect.
It does be, okay, so what does it?
Unless it's appealed, correct.
So it doesn't ever come to city council if the director?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I missed that detail. So once a director approves it, then you can submit to the building department and you're on your way.
Correct, unless it's appealed within the appeal period, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Edwards?
Yeah, just one quick follow-up. So I don't recall seeing it, but the appeal period, how long does that last? Or what are you thinking is, so if they appeal it, does it go to city council within?
It's the same appeal period as it is now. It's just 10-day appeal period. So if anybody submits an appeal within those 10 days, then that application will then be processed for an appeal to the city council.
But generally, how long does it take to get to city council? I mean, I know there's no hard and fast, but
we have
like
a shot
general.
clock, right?
How long it takes to get to city council depends on what the appeal points are and what additional work needs to be done in order to prepare for that. So if it's a fairly simple appeal, of course, we're going to try to get it on the city council agenda as soon as possible. To Commissioner Solomon's point, to make sure that we're still within the bounds of and within the spirit of the state law to streamline these housing projects. But if there's something more substantive that needs to be more, maybe there's somebody raises CEQA issues or something like that, then that may take a little bit more time.
They can't submit to the building department while the appeal is happening?
Typically, no.
Good, okay.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, exactly that. I was asking about the appeals process, but whether, one step, two step, and I know we've had this debate up here before, but my understanding of the new AB 130 is the city has to make a final decision, like exhaust all appeals within 30 days of tribal consultation.
Commissioner Solomon, the final decision is the action item before appeal. Before an appeal is.
The appeal can exceed 30 days?
Correct.
Okay. But you have to a decision has to be rendered within 30 days of the tribal consultation.
Correct.
If a project is using AB 130.
Correct.
Which everyone will use. Okay.
Commissioner Hoopengar.
Yeah, back to our timeline here. So, as we discussed a month ago, oftentimes when an applicant files, their applications are incomplete. And yet, we're saying that within 60 days of an application filing, we have to have this neighborhood meeting. How are we going to assure that the materials that are submitted for these neighborhood meetings are in fact a complete project, a complete set of plans and renderings, et cetera, if we have an incomplete application?
I can speak to that. This is a tricky question because it's sort of, I have to go way back in our history, sort of. So the 60 days, within 60 days of application, is sort of trying to thread a needle because it's close enough to the application that it's still fairly new and somewhat malleable, and it's far enough out that hopefully we've had some ability to get additional information if we need it. The fact of it going to a neighborhood meeting prior to being deemed complete is actually part of that. When this was introduced into the code in, I think, the early aughts, it was because there's a provision of the code that says that you can't submit a nomination for historic preservation designation after a development permit application has been deemed complete. And so there was a movement to try to make sure that there was more awareness early in the process so that there's still that window open. So it's, we want it to be early enough that we have some ability to react, and we want it late enough that we have good information, so that was where it landed. That's why it's 60 days.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think that answers my question. So if someone submits an application and it's basically a back of the envelope drawing, but it's an application, you're saying that 60-day clock is still running, even though what they've submitted is plans where the as-builts don't even match, where the survey is incorrect, where all the things we've seen over the years, okay, have happened, correct? So you get an application and, you know, I'm going to take a guess that the majority are not complete when you get the application, okay? So you have an incomplete application. Application has arrived, but it's incomplete. But the clock is still ticking. And so this is to my question of the neighborhood's going to be asked to meet and review something within 60 days, but we're still talking about something that may be tantamount to useless in terms of a review because the plans are incomplete, inaccurate, there's no renderings, etc. So how are we going to manage that process? We're going to say, hey, come to this neighborhood meeting. Don't really have anything to show you, but hey, come to this neighborhood meeting because we've got to have a neighborhood meeting.
So this has been a provision for a long time, as I mentioned, and typically we do have enough to review at the neighborhood meeting. Yes, could that happen where there's not that enough materials? Sure, it's possible, but we need to have one standard. We can't apply different standards to different projects depending on what they submit. So, and this is what has been the standard for probably about 20 years.
I have attended many neighborhood meetings, and the vast majority of them, the materials submitted are grossly insufficient for review. There's no plans, there's maybe 1 or 2 renderings they put up on a poster board and, you know, or on a Zoom screen, and that's it. And maybe there's a description. But how is the neighborhood to make meaningful, and the one planning commissioner, to make meaningful comments and suggestions if what they have is, again, a back of the envelope, incomplete submission?
So I would say that when we develop the neighborhood meeting guidelines, we intend to include the information that the commission discussed last time. And that would be the minimum information that was required to have at the neighborhood meeting. However, again, this is the clock, and we're under from some pretty strict timelines in our review from the staff side as well. So we're trying to, again, thread this needle the best we can. And if the commission feels like a different timeline would be more appropriate, then that is up to the commission to recommend.
Well, is there a way on the actual application to say this application isn't valid without A, B, C, D, X, Y, and Z?
That is the complete application checklist.
So, but to the point that you receive many applications that are incomplete, how is the clock ticking if it's an incomplete application?
This provision is based on submittal. It's not based on complete application. A lot of things are. This isn't.
Why
so
not?
Because I explained that just now. So because there's a provision of the code that says that a nomination for a historic designation can't be submitted for a complete application. I mean, where there's a complete application already, and we wanted to try to close that loophole 20 years ago. So, I mean, again, if that's something,
I thought you said deemed complete, not a completed application.
Commissioner Huben-Gardner, I just want to step in to note a deemed complete application also, at that point in the process, once an application is complete, there's very little that whether it's the public or staff can require. So once an application is deemed complete, you can't require an applicant to change their standards or their plans.
I appreciate that. That's not the question.
Well, I just want to note that to have, in light of the commission's direction on the 15th, to have meaningful public process early in the process, it would be more feasible to do it before an application is deemed complete, where a developer is really not required to make changes.
I appreciate that, and we all had that conversation, and that's why we said we should have design review before it's deemed complete. That's not my question. My question is, an application comes in, and it is a back of the envelope drawing. It's, you know, it's nominal. It is in no way anything that could be meaningfully processed. But can we have an application that says you cannot submit an application unless you have a rendering of east, west, south, north. You cannot submit an application if it doesn't have floor plans for everything. You have to have a complete application. Or are we forced by the state to accept an application that's the back of the envelope?
Yeah, I think we can incorporate those into the administrative guidelines for the neighborhood meeting. I don't think that would be, any
Well, not the
issue.
neighborhood meeting, the actual application, because that application is what's starting the clock.
So I think it's already a requirement of the actual application itself. So yeah, so those are already requirements. I think more specifically for the neighborhood meeting, we can add, please include renderings, please make sure that you have, fully rendered plans or, landscape plans even. So, that can be incorporated into the guidelines.
Is there a list like that already for design review?
Excuse me?
Does a list like that already exist for design review?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% certain.
Because we've had a lot of gaps in design review on more than one occasion.
Yeah, could we create that list?
Yes, yes.
Any additional questions for staff before we go to deliberation?
Yeah, I do.
Commissioner Edwards.
I just need a little help here.
Yeah.
So we've been going around and around on 60 days. Is 60 days is that the clock?
So no, so in our code right now, all neighborhood meetings have to happen within 60 days.
Of the
submittal, application submittal.
filing.
Right.
So that's when the applications, you said filing, then it's 60 days. And at what point does it get deemed complete?
When they have everything in the application checklist to submit. So
yeah, no, I was just curious about
Yeah.
the checklist.
yeah.
Great. Any additional questions before deliberation?
Chair, we do have one public speaker that joined on Zoom that would like to make a comment on this, so if we could reopen the public comment.
Let's do that. I will reopen the public comment for the public speaker on Zoom.
Yes, hello, Chair Gregoire and members of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. Thank you so much for reopening the public hearing, the public comment period. I had issues being connected earlier. I just wanted to express gratitude for staff for their hard work on this item, incorporating a lot of great input and feedback, including from your commission, and really believe that this is a great staff recommendation before you, and urge you to move the resolution. We often hear how challenging community hearings, public hearings are for all involved, for staff, for commissioners, for members of the public. I was reading just earlier today stories on local West Hollywood news outlets complaining about why are we showing up to these meetings and then our feedback isn't incorporated. So I think that this, what's before you today, really delivers a common sense way to streamline badly needed housing to meet our housing shortage, and also find some very intelligent ways to provide community input via the participation from a commissioner in a community meeting, and also obviously comments will be able to be received not just at that community meeting, but also can be sent to the director, who's able to incorporate that feedback in his determination on whether or not to send it to the commission for further review in complicated and controversial cases, as we discussed. And then obviously these items are ultimately appealable to the city council. So again, I think that this is a really excellent recommendation. that my colleagues and I at Abundant Housing LA will probably be pointing to as a model for other cities to emulate. So thank you so much for all, everyone, for their hard work and for accommodating me while I navigated the process and found the Zoom link. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. And Chair, that's our final.
Great, thank you for your public comment, and I'll once again close the public comment portion of this hearing. Okay, it's time for commissioner deliberation. I sense there'll be some diversity of views here. My thought is that we should give each other an opportunity to speak and give our thoughts about this, and we should listen to what everybody has to say. And if your views seem to correspond with the majority of the people on the commission, I would eventually invite somebody to make a motion that would reflect that consensus. Let's see how the conversation goes. Who would like to begin? Don't all jump at once to begin the conversation. Commissioner Cavallero.
Yeah, I'm going to start with a question because I'm still confused a little bit about the timeline, because we have 60 days to have a community meeting. The community meeting happens within 60 days.
Please speak into your mic.
Sorry, thank you. And then how long, what's the time period between 60 days and the director's approval, potentially?
That would depend on when the project is deemed complete. So the 60 days is independent of complete application. And it also depends on what clock we're working on. So if they're using certain exemptions that have specific time clocks in them, if they have some other CEQA process or another process that's involved. But typically, we are required to, as was mentioned earlier, if it's using the AB 130 timelines, we would be required to do tribal consultation, and once that is complete, it would be 30 days after that with limited availability of extension. So it doesn't correspond with when the project is submitted, it doesn't correspond with the 60 days for the neighborhood meeting, but it does correspond with when the project is deemed complete.
Yeah, because we're having this conversation. I'm thinking of how a design firm works, and you have, if somebody comes to the table with a paper napkin, plan with an application, then they have 60 days to develop an entire project for the most part, at least to design review requirements, so that you can actually, the community could actually make a fair judgment on what the project can look like, or what it will look like. And then they potentially come back with those, they absorb those comments and it goes to the director. I'm just thinking that timeline, 60 days, it's that deemed complete thing that kind of is tripping me up, because 60 days isn't that long, and I'm worried that we're going to end up with a lot of really unattractive buildings because the timeline is so quick. And I know that's mandated by the state, so we don't have an option to make it 60 days. So, but do we do, I'm kind of going back to Commissioner Hoopengartner's statement, is like, what do they come to the table with? So that by the time it gets to the community, it's a little bit more developed and actually reflects what might actually happen, even knowing that after the director deems it complete and approves the project, it could still change, correct?
Correct, and keep in mind, we are not applying any subjective design standards to a project. So if it is consistent with our development standards, our objective development standards in the code, then
right. Exactly.
That's what they can build.
Yeah, that's why we're here having this conversation.
Okay, who would like to give it their thoughts about the proposal before us? Who would like to begin?
I'll go, since I'm on a roll. So in the end, I don't want to hide behind the state is making us do anything, but in reality, given the conversation that we're currently having, yes, we can make design comments. You know, I'm thinking, oh, we should reinstate design review into the process, because then at least there's something somewhat more formal that we can support the community after the community meeting. But even then, no one needs to respond to our comments. So the ZTA is really about all those projects that come to the table that are conforming on all levels and can just move through and don't need to. Right, so then my next question, which isn't really a deliberation, and I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking out loud. That project on La Brea was 400 units. Would the director send that to Planning Commission? I'm assuming they would, because there's...
Are you speaking about the project that has not come to the commission yet?
Yeah, it came to
like
design.
the high-rise
It
yeah.
came to design
So that
review.
project has a legislative component, so it would not, it is not consistent with our objective standards, and it would not be subject to this.
It's got billboards.
Right, it would come
Correct.
to Planning Commission.
Correct.
Also, this is on a go-forward basis, so anything that, like, this doesn't affect anything in the pipeline. It won't really affect the agenda for a year and a half.
All right, who else would like to go next?
I'll go ahead. I just want to say thank you to the public that came out to speak tonight, and those that wrote in. We do read everything that you put together. I want to thank staff for putting this together tonight, for taking the direction that we gave earlier, the initial city council direction. I know it's been a really heavy lift to go through all 1,000 pages of Title 19 and figure out where this fits in. So thank you to staff. And I certainly hear the concerns about public input, transparency, the role of the Planning Commission, but I see this differently, what's being proposed to us. To me, it's not about trying to remove community engagement. It is changing how that process works, though. So right now, most public input on a project happens at the 1 yard line, at the 11th hour. It is at a public meeting like this, and it's 3 minutes on that microphone, but the pie is already baked at that point. I mean, it has been in the system for at least a year and a half before it gets there. We are trying to come up with a process because of state laws that say that we have to respond to applications quickly, where the community gets to weigh in as early as possible. To the question that was asked about earlier as to what does the city of West Hollywood require whenever you turn in an application? Is it the back of a napkin? Can we require more? My understanding of the Permit Streamlining Act is that it does give us a pretty wide berth on what we say you have to provide whenever you apply. Again, I don't know if that's a code. I don't know if that rises to the level of the code or more of a departmental policy, but I think having a robust requirement, renderings, drawings, we should not be encouraging back of the napkin applications. We should be encouraging applications that are going to be ready within 60 days to meet the music and meet the neighbors. But I think it's important to talk about what this does, also what it doesn't do. So it doesn't change any of the development standards that are on our books right now. It doesn't change anything about safety review. Doesn't change anything about building sciences. That's not even a part of the purview here. Fire codes, building codes, but it does change how those decisions are made once someone has an application that meets our standards. And as I said before, we do have a rule book in place. If you take Title 19 and you download it and you convert it into a PDF, and you include the Sunset Specific Plan, that's 1,000 pages. That's the rule book. If a project complies with the 1,000 local pages that we have, plus state housing law on top of it, someone's gone through the work and they applied for that, I don't think it is the role of the commission then for that project applicant to then come sing for their supper in front of us. We put forward a rule book, you followed the rule book, why are we then weighing in on it? What's the point of our rules to begin with? I think that this allows the Planning Commission to focus on what it is supposed to be doing, and that is planning, long-range planning, not project review. Like with the eventual freedom that this might give us, I hope that we can look at Title 19, all 1,000 pages cover to cover, and go through it and talk about each and every section that's in there. This is our rule book on how we're encouraging applications to be submitted to us, so I hope that it gives us an opportunity to plan and really analyze the laws that we have in front of us. And then when a project tries to break our rules, it asks for an exception. It asks to go 35 stories tall in the air, even though nothing in our code says you can build 35 stories here. That's when we get to step in. That's when we have actual discretionary approval, when a project is submitted that is intentionally asking to be an exception to the rule. That's when we weigh in. The last thing that I'll say is, it was said tonight, it was said in a lot of the letters, that yes, it is true. This is a local policy choice. It goes beyond what the state requires. We are doing more here tonight than the bare minimum required by state law. But to me, it is a local policy choice that we are making that aligns with our city's values. It's a policy choice I'm making that aligns with my values. It's a choice that says we recognize that there is a housing shortage. We are doing everything we can to build more homes, and we are doing everything we can to make it more efficient and less expensive to build those homes. Those are my values that I want to put forward, because I care about the next generation and the generation after that that comes here in this city, and I want to make that life for them easier and less expensive than it is for us today. Thanks.
Who would like to go next? Commissioner Huppengarr.
As I said a month ago, staff has shown nothing that supports the assertion that the public process and Planning Commission slows down development approvals. Their data was completely flawed and misleading. Given the number of Planning Commission and design review meetings that have been canceled in the last 2 years due to lack of agenda, staff is hard put to show a reason why this is necessary. In fact, from their own data, 78% of all the time, that's 80% of all the time in the approval process, entirely controlled by the developer and staff, not Planning Commission, not the public. I'm going to be harsh here because I am not happy. When did we as a city decide to invite Doge into our community to strip our democratic, publicly transparent processes from our own ordinances? This isn't streamlining. It's a total removal of public transparency and accountability. It represents a voluntary surrender of the civic oversight this commission was created to provide. 99% of all the public comment received, and to be clear, it is from all quarters of the city, is opposed to this ZTA. The only letter we received supporting it is a front for developers. Let's be clear. The developers have always had a backdoor access to staff and council. They meet in private all the time. We have more than one person on council and the Planning Commission running for office and looking for those deep pockets of those developers to support their campaigns. This is not streamlining. It is the near total removal of oversight, replacing formal public hearings with informal neighborhood meetings run by developers and one advisory, in quotes, member of Planning Commission, eviscerates the democratic process. Unlike commission hearings, these meetings carry no legal weight and create no official record. Good luck trying to get any record of any design review meeting, much less a neighborhood meeting. To be clear, when I recommended the combining of neighborhood meetings and design review, I did not in any way recommend that staff went on to do and completely strip out all meaning to the process. Further, my recommendation was not posting notices on websites, but allowing citizens to subscribe to notices. That too has been stripped out of my recommendation. The fact that I have to log into a website every single day to see if there's been a new decision or a new thing, new application submitted is not a public process. I do not find that this process preserves, and I quote from the staff report and the resolutions, meaningful opportunities for public input. I do not find that this process, quote, maintains transparency and integrity in WeHo's decision-making process, unquote. In fact, this opens the proverbial barn door to graft and other problems that the Brown Act, for one, was designed to address. Why are we, of all the communities, going to such lengths to take a page from Project 2025 and the overlords in DC to do exactly what they are doing to the rest of the company, and that's stripping away the democratic process? This is a local policy choice, not a legal necessity. State law establishes housing goals. It does not require West Hollywood to eliminate Planning Commission, the public, and the oversight for all projects. Adopting an administrative-only model would make West Hollywood an outlier among its peers. If cities facing even greater housing pressures than us can preserve meaningful public input, there is no justification for West Hollywood to eliminate it. I would possibly be in support of a revised measure to keep design review the way it is and make Planning Commission threshold no longer be 11 units but 25, but I will not support this item.
Who would like to go next? Commissioner Edwards.
I do support this item, and I find the language interesting when it comes to how you frame, or how sometimes it's framed by demonizing elements of the process. Because, like the conversation around developers are not evil, because we all live in buildings that were created by developers. And so for us to have this narrative that developers are out to scam the system, that is not true. In any industry, you may find 2, 3, 5% who are just bad operators. But that does not mean that the industry in and of itself is bad. Secondly, this conversation started with our city council members, who then gave a direction. Staff was given a direction. They came back to us with their analysis of what was asked of them. We took a look at what was presented to us, and we gave feedback. They came back to us, and I'm comfortable with what was presented to us. I do believe that this process still remains a public process, because it's always about who has the opportunity to be at the table. That is democracy. And the other part of it is what I'm hearing is more about maintaining your perception of having veto power over what's happening in your community. And I think we always have to try to find that balance between what is, make sure you have community input versus what the outcome is. I know we've had this conversation on the dais about the choices we make will live for a long time. So we want to do the best that we can to ensure that what gets presented. But I feel that we've historically had a great process, because you have to have a process for the general plan. You have to have the process to determine the zoning. You have to have a process for the specific plan. So there's always been a process that allows the community to have input and gives you the shape of what a developer can then come in and do. It's just, for when it comes to the housing that we need, developers or any business would just like to know what the process is, and that they follow the process, they can build what they propose to build within our rules and regulations. I believe that standard has been met. I find that the meaningful public input still persists. And, you know, like Commissioner Solomon was talking about, we are the creative city. We need to build more housing, because I would tell you a story of a project that I worked on. It was for 100% affordable housing, and it was going to be inclusive of transition age youth who are transgender. And the project almost didn't happen because people wanted to fight it. But don't we have a moral responsibility to create spaces for our most vulnerable folks who need to be safely here? And so anything that we can do to get more projects built that meet our objective standards, I can support, so I'm good with this.
Commissioner Harris.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to members of the public who came to speak on this. Thank you to staff for presenting it to us, for taking our comments from the last meeting, from the last hearing about this ZTA into consideration. I actually want to quote something that we heard in public comment earlier tonight, and it's that the public meeting creates a facade of engagement that riles people out without giving them a real voice. I hope I'm saying it right, because I thought that it was very eloquently spoken, but I actually think that it does apply, especially for housing projects under the laws in which we currently live. It applies to the Planning Commission meeting for housing projects. Like staff has said, like we've said many times up here on the dais, there is very little, if anything, that we can do to actually deny a housing project once it comes before us. And so, you know, to Commissioner Edwards' point, I think there is a really important place for public input on the way that our city is being developed and put together, and that's at the general plan stages, that's at the long-range planning stages. We have a lot of requirements for projects in this city, and I think they're requirements that we can be proud of. We have a very aggressive inclusionary zoning requirement, right, which is the requirement that developers include at least 20% of the units as affordable, and not all at the very low income level either. We have, you know, we alternate between very low income and moderate income. That's not something that you see in other cities. And so I think that if a project actually does meet our objective standards, and I think that's a really important point here, that we are a city that does have objective standards and we hold projects to very high standards, then I think that it should move forward. It's meeting the rules. Any other time that any of us go out into the world and we are meeting all the rules, we're typically not subject to jumping through a bunch of other hoops in order to get done the thing that we set out to do. I think that it's a smart way for a city that needs to build, you know, 3,900 units by the year 2029 to move forward. I think that we have really fantastic city staff, and they enforce the rules, the building and safety rules, the rules that we have for project review, and making sure that projects actually are complete when they are deemed complete. And you know, I'll say this: I've often worked in positions where I hope to work myself out of a job. I thought that when I worked with homeless youth, I was like, if we do a good job here, we set you all up with employment skills, I find housing for all of you, you stop coming. And then we have to shut our doors. Good. I thought that when I worked in Safe Streets nonprofits, I'm like, okay, great. We get bike lanes and traffic, you know, traffic calming measures on every street, and we actually meet Vision Zero. Then, you know, what will we do? We'll all have to find new jobs. Good. I don't represent projects here in West Hollywood, but I do hope that we are setting the pace for other cities who have a high bar to meet in terms of housing units to provide. I hope that that means that the rules are not so unpredictable and the process is not so unpredictable that I have to find another job. That it's not so complex that someone can't submit an application that meets objective standards for the city in which they're submitting that application, and that they don't have a clear pathway forward in order to build that, especially because we're talking about housing units here. And I think we can all understand how important those are. I think when something is as important as that, you pull out all the stops and you say, okay, let's get it built, let's get it done. And that's exactly what I'd like to see, and I think that's the direction in which we're moving with this.
Vice Chair Jones.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank staff. I want to thank everybody in the community, whether you are here for this item or waiting to speak on another item. We do appreciate you spending your evening here with us and recognize that it is not, we don't take it lightly. So thank you for being here. I also just want to thank the rest of my fellow commissioners for the continued thoughtful conversation on this. I still think this is probably one of the most challenging, at least for me, like crisis of conscience items that has come before us, and I may be only speaking for myself. Even if this doesn't go forward, or it's, it goes forward to council and they decide not to do it, whatever. The thing that I struggle with is that we're still gonna have these meetings and you're still gonna come here feeling frustrated that we have to say that there's nothing really that we can do. And I understand why that's frustrating, and it's frustrating to me too. It is. I think the way that staff's recommendation is currently written, whereby there is a meeting that isn't on the record, if you will. I don't know if that's I'm saying that in the right way, but that that it's essentially not a meeting led by staff that's only attended by one commissioner. I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't think I can support this as it's currently worded. I'm very much in agreement with Commissioners Harris and Edwards and Solomon about there needing to be a change in the process, but I'm not comfortable with the way that this change has been imagined in this particular instance. So I'm open to discussion on this. I may also just be able to kind of vote my conscience, so I'm open to discussion, but that's where I stand right now. I don't think that we're going to we already don't have a lot of discretion, but what I don't want is for anyone in this community to have a more difficult time feeling like they have an opportunity to participate in the process. That's what I don't feel comfortable with. I don't want anybody to feel more disenfranchised than they already do, because it's already hard. You already have to go out of your way and be interested to come to these meetings. And I'm not saying that we couldn't set up a system to make it easier for people to know about this, but I do feel like it makes even the appearance of a lack of transparency very problematic for me. So that's where I stand on this right now. Thanks.
Great. I'll give my thoughts on this at this point. My fellow commissioners have very eloquently reminded us that California state law has really taken most, if not all, discretion away from cities to approve residential housing projects that comply with objective standards and state law. In light of that, I do support some form of streamlining, but I'm not comfortable with the revised draft resolution before us tonight. I feel like on projects of a certain size, I think we should retain the public process. We should retain design review. We should retain planning commission hearings. We can people have different opinions about what that size would be. In my opinion, I think we should revert to staff's recommendation from January 15th, 2026, which they proposed 100 units. That's still a lot, but that's not an enormous building. My sense is that if we should view it as an experiment, that we are going to do the streamlining for projects that are 100 units or smaller. And who knows, if that goes well, maybe in a couple of years we'll come back and we can expand it as proposed by staff tonight. But at this point, I do believe that on these larger projects, we still should retain some public process, even if the city's hands really are tied under state law. My feeling is that the public process can still make positive impacts on the development of a project. So I think certainly with these larger buildings, I still would love to see design review. I'd still love to see it come to the Planning Commission, because I think the public and the commission should have some say on the larger projects that are coming before us. So that's where I stand. I would vote no on the resolution before us, proposed this evening. And if there was support amongst the commission, I would support moving the original draft ordinance from January 15th, 2026 forward to City Council. Commissioner Caballero.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to voice but I want to voice my frustration because I do think that we need to have design review as part of the process now, given the conversation that we've had today. My difficulty with it is understanding and having been on planning design review and seeing plans placed in front of us and then seeing the building built and it doesn't look anything like those plans that we made so many comments on and we were potentially excited about that project. So for me, I kind of understand that that project can change at any given time. I understand completely what Vice Chair Jones said. It's like the perception of taking out public involvement, the perception alone is troubling. And in my mind, I'm trying to figure out where can we hold some of that conversation that actually does have impact. And I don't see it because that project can change at any given time, even if we have all the comments and the project is deemed complete and it looks exactly the way we want it, it can still change. It's very frustrating and reminds me of a conversation that I had with Senator Wiener years ago in Sacramento, and he said, design needs to happen at the community level, yet they take our ability to make comment away from us. And I'm with Commissioner Jones on this one, and I would like to see design review come back. If we want to talk about a number of units, I'm open to discussing that. I get that the developer doesn't have to do anything that we say if it conforms to all the guidelines that we have. But again, the perception. And I remember talking to legal about perception. Years ago when I took that billboard project on Sunset, they made me recuse myself from every billboard project in perpetuity because of perception. And that's how important perception is. I didn't understand it. I was like, if I'm done with the project, what's the big deal? But again, it's perception. And in regards to that, I can't vote my conscious yes on this project, on this right now, the way it's presented.
Okay, I think we've heard from everybody. I don't know, does anybody sense so that we have consensus on something? Is somebody want to attempt to make a motion here?
By my count, we're 4-3 against, as it's proposed by staff. And my suggestion would be that we take what was presented last time and change the number from 100 to 25 and keep design review, and that would be it.
Bypass planning commission.
25 units.
Oh,
That,
yeah, okay,
do
good.
like Culver City does. Culver City is almost exactly the same size as us. They've got a successful process where they've streamlined to 25 units. Before we throw out the baby with the bathwater, perhaps we, since our chair mentioned that this is, an experiment, perhaps we start out the experiment at a lower threshold without going and destroying everything we've set up to date. So that's just a thought.
Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So what I'm hearing is design review is ineffective. But because what I heard was
Not true.
something will go before design review and they don't have to accept any of the recommendations.
Just because they don't have to doesn't mean they don't.
No, I get that. But
We've had many, many very successful design review meetings where we've had architects come back to us and say, that was an amazing process.
okay,
And
that's
they-
good.
and they
That's
have-
good. No. That's good to know.
And they've
No, I'm
resulted
good.
in better
I'm good.
buildings,
Thank you.
which is the
Thank you.
entire
Thank
the
you.
entire reason for the process.
I'm good. I heard you. Thank you. That makes sense. I didn't hear that before. Now I heard it. So I've learned.
Commissioner Cavallero.
Yeah, there was also a comment made earlier about how this ZTA makes the process less expensive. And I don't understand that. That hasn't been quantified either by staff. Or has it making the process shorter? I don't quite understand that either, because I see projects get held up in building department for years. So is it on the front end? Is it on the back end? How do you control any of it? Again, it's like design comments. The developer can absorb them or not. He can take as long, or they can take as long as they want. In building department, it just doesn't add up.
Well, by staff's own data, it doesn't add up. The process, if you look at the data in the spreadsheets they gave us last time around, it's very clear. From application date to deemed complete date to submittal to whatever review authority, whether it's the director or us, it's 80% of the process. It has nothing to do with us, nothing. And nothing to do with the public, because the neighborhood meeting is in no way causing a problem in that process, because it's in the middle of that process to get to deemed complete. So I'm still fine with combining the neighborhood meeting with design review as long as it's full design review. But eliminating design review, I find, is antithetical to everything we've ever done and the neighborhood's goals. So I appreciate what Commissioner Solomon has to say about, well, if it meets our objective standards, but we have on more than one occasion found things where technically it meets objective standards, but only through waivers, et cetera, and those waivers we found were not adequate.
That's state housing law.
That's
the density bonus law.
The density bonus law, assuming they are accurate. So that's why we have a review process. That's why we have a public process. And it's why we have 3 people on design review, because it's about those voices. It's about that interaction. It's about that discussion between the commissioners on design review and the community and the architect that develops a synthesis and works towards a better process. When you strip it out, it does nothing to achieve the goals that it was meant to. And it's not what I'm hearing from 99.9% of the community, that they want that to go away.
I'm still not, to legal, I'm still not completely understanding the potential Brown Act concern as it relates to the number of planning commissioners participating in the neighborhood/design review.
So if it was, so there is a legislative body, if it's formally codified and it's subject to a continued subject matter jurisdiction, or it has a fixed meeting schedule fixed by the legislative body. And so if there were design review with, a fixed schedule or continuing subject matter jurisdiction over a design review, that would function as a Brown Act body. And so if that were put into the process, it would become a Brown Act meeting.
And what can you explain then what the concern is if it is a Brown Act body?
Noticing.
Commissioner Solomon, a couple points. I think, as Commissioner Hoopengartner noted, it's a much bigger administrative burden. But I think when staff attempted to effectuate the Commission's direction on January 15th, it was to try to do so and bring back the item while also balancing that against the council directive that was provided to streamline housing. And so there is a balancing test involved with trying to complete sort of council's directive and not complicate that by adding more administrative burden or more publicly noticed Brown Act meetings.
So question, would it be a Brown Act issue if the meetings were the randomly scheduled neighborhood meetings, not the regularly scheduled every other Thursday subcommittee meetings?
I think it would be hard to give a definitive answer to that on the record, Commissioner Hoopengartner. I think we're trying to be conscientious about Brown Act considerations, and it's also difficult to schedule sort of ad hoc meetings, particularly, again, I mean, the component of the streamlining that was attempted by both the ordinance on the 15th and this item associated with housing projects was to keep in mind the parallel track about the state law requirements associated with when an application submitted, when it's deemed complete on an AB 130 project that the Commission saw at its recent meetings, 2 of which the Commission saw at the recent meetings. There's that timeline in which there has to be a decision within 30 days at the end of tribal consultation, barring one agreement that can be made by a developer to an extended over a certain amount of time. So all of this is an attempt to sort of balance the council directive to streamline housing with the public process locally and the state law component that's also relevant.
So it is incredibly ironic that we're citing the Brown Act here when the Brown Act is the single thing that was put in place to provide transparency.
To speak to the administrative burden about noticing if it is a Brown Act body for a neighborhood meeting, what is the intention now on noticing a neighborhood meeting? I know that we've spoken about mailers that are going out. We've encouraged it to be on a website before that you can subscribe to, but under state law, if it's a Brown Act body, what are the noticing requirements?
So under the Brown Act, there does need to be a publicly posted agenda 72 hours in advance of the meeting.
72 hours in advance?
That's right.
And given that you're sending out a mailer, that's a greater administrative burden than we go through whenever we post a notice for an agenda for a city council meeting, for this meeting here tonight, which is a Brown Act body. I hear the sentiment about having more planning commission input at this earlier meeting so that it achieves the same goal that design review currently achieves. I would go more than one to begin with too, but how do we thread that needle of having more, basically what the current subcommittee makeup is of design review, having them be there in this early community meeting?
Well, if there were more of them there, it would become a Brown Act meeting. So that would be it. It's pretty much as simple as that. I think that staff's goal here was in effectuating the purposes of the streamlining ordinance. Still providing an avenue for public input early into the process, not completely consistent with Commissioner Hoopengartner's directive, but to some extent still similar, because the public will have that input early on at the point in the process when it matters most.
To me, I'm hearing as the additional administrative burden, if we have, let's say, there's three members on design review now, and if all three of them go into the neighborhood meetings as the design review people, to me, I'm hearing the additional administrative burden is publicly posting the agenda of that meeting 72 hours in advance. I don't mean to add any workload, but I do think that that's achievable.
So I think I would say yes, it's creating the agenda in advance, which takes additional work. It is posting the agenda, which is minimal. But also this is keep in mind that this has historically been an applicant-led meeting where the applicant takes the information that is provided by the city, but uses that to develop and mail the mailings in accordance with the guidelines. That would now be on the city. It would also require the city to have a place to hold the meeting. And so that would be another aspect that would make scheduling a little bit difficult. It would be added burden to the three commissioners who are on the design review subcommittee with unexpected and potentially unanticipated additional meetings that could be difficult to schedule with availability of space, availability of evenings. The city has, 17 or something boards and commissions that meet almost every night of the week, and we try to avoid nights with things that have overlapping jurisdiction. So it is already quite difficult to find a time for a neighborhood meeting, but this would make it more difficult.
I guess I'm seeing it taking the place of the currently existing design review meeting. The whole point of this entire conversation was if we do this streamlining, design review dies. There's no point for it anymore. So the intention of Commissioner Hoopengartner's comment that I put into the motion was to have this early meeting take the place of design review because design review kind of won't exist anymore. So as far as scheduling, design review is already a scheduled meeting. If an applicant is applying with a project, you can say, hey, you have a completed application within the next 60 days. There are 2 design review slots that you can pick to present and have your meeting. You meet once a month though, right?
There's 4 designers. 4.
In 6, I thought you were like long range planning and that you meet once a month on design review.
No, we meet twice a month.
4.
And always have.
Keeping in mind that the first 2 meetings probably after submission are not going to be available to that application. So this is something I think the direction right now is that we include initiating changes to the bylaws of the commission that would incorporate how we address the design review aspect, correct? And so if this is something that the commission wants to revisit, we could make that recommendation in that area. Friends, I'm looking at Francisco, sorry.
So let me say that change, the change to the commission bylaws seems to be an important component to the recommendation, the revised recommendation to not have a unit count limitation. I only counted 3 votes on the commission to have no limit count limitation. So I'm not sure we're going to need to go forward with that aspect of today's proposal. I've heard one person support reverting to the original draft ordinance from January 15, 2026 with the 100 count. I've heard another commissioner seem to appear to support that draft ordinance, but limiting it to 25. I guess maybe we need to hear from the other commissioners on unit count at this point to see, is there majority support for 100, 25, some other number, or maybe someone will change their mind on unlimited. Commissioner Caballero?
I'm okay with unlimited, as long as we have design review.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I'm aligned with that. It's, again, I want an official meeting that is run by city staff and that is attended by appointed members of planning commission that the neighborhood will attend. That's what I want. I want as part of
We
this.
have more than one example of neighborhood meetings being run by applicants where the community's had no ability to respond. They've been cut off in time. I've been at multiple meetings where it's like, oh, well, it's 7 o'clock, meeting's over, period. No matter who's spoken, who hasn't. It has been a real problem having applicant-run meetings.
Yeah, I don't want applicant run. I mean, look, we're kind of basing everything on this first meeting being like, this is your public input. I don't think that should be an applicant-led meeting. I think that should be a staff-led meeting with the full design review team. And I feel like it's maybe a tougher needle to thread administratively, but we're not adding an additional meeting. We're taking the place of a currently existing meeting that is otherwise going to wither on the vine. But yeah, that early meeting, that should be really important. We should have design review there. It should be led by the city. It should not be led by the applicant. It's the community's main shot to actually give comment.
That's not the proposal from staff, though.
Can the direction to staff be to come up with a solution that fits that mold?
Commissioner Solomon, I'm not sure I understand could you sort of reiterate the request on that?
So it would be that it's from the original motion in January, it's the last piece of it. So the first part of it, if it's Title 19 compliant and or state housing law compliant, and we are adding design review to the early meeting that must take place within 60 days of receiving an application. And design review meets twice a month.
So I think a couple things. The first part sounds consistent with the amendment that Mr. Contreras showed on the screen in terms of broadening the scope of saying state law applies. So it's making that change. With respect to adding design review within the early meeting and within 60 days of the application, a couple things to note. Currently, design review is not codified in our code anywhere. And so part of the recommendation that's been discussed tonight is a change to the PC bylaws, and the commission's been talking about that concept. So I think what might be appropriate is for the commission, if there's ultimately consensus, to make a recommendation on the change to those bylaws to reflect that concept of having design review be part of this meeting that's going to be held within 60 days of application submittal.
And
then
led by the city.
And led by the city. And that would go up to council with the ZTA, since it's not codified. I mean, again, design review is not currently codified in the code. So that could be part of the recommendation from the Planning Commission that goes up to the City Council. And since they ultimately have to make a decision on the zone text amendment, that would inherently also include the proposed structure that Commission comes up with for how it wants design review involved, even if that's part of a proposed bylaws change. And hopefully that makes sense, but I think it's feasible, but it's ultimately going to depend on council making the decision that they're comfortable with that structure as part of the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that recommendation.
I'm going to ask a question just because I'm not a lawyer and I really want to understand this. Did the state mandate that it's a community meeting within 60 days? Or could we make the community meeting the design review? Because design review, when the community shows up, You know, they have the option to come to the podium and make comment. So in a way, why not just call it design review and not call it a community meeting?
State law doesn't dictate a community meeting at all. So that is sort of what the city is putting forth, consistent with existing practice in other circumstances, to try to bring the public involved with this streamlining. The streamlining component is what state law controls and what keeps getting stricter and stricter. So we've talked sort of on and off this evening about some of those markers under state law that set really, really strict time frames. And that is in part why staff recommended having a neighborhood meeting within 60 days of application submittal. So it didn't come after the application was deemed complete in theory, in which case, as the commission knows well, sometimes there's no opportunity to sort of, I think to borrow the expression from Commissioner Solomon, the cake is sometimes baked by the time it arrives here. So there's no obligation under state law to have a community meeting. That's, again, consistent with sort of staff's existing process under certain circumstances and was meant to be brought into the streamlining ZTA to try to effectuate the commission's intent from the 15th of January.
But I think to my point originally about the consolidation of the neighborhood meeting is to exactly what Commissioner Caballero just said, which is, you know, they're achieving the same goal. And the point was to get them early in the process. Now, I love your point about does it have to be 60 days? I mean, because the whole point of the design review process is to try and capture ideas and opportunities early in the process to incorporate them in the design and get the neighborhood involved. I mean, having a separate neighborhood meeting, in my experience, has not been particularly fruitful. Especially given that the applicant runs them, and rather ham-handedly, frankly, on many times. So consolidating them, I'm still supporting. I think the idea of moving, you know, being more flexible with the timeline makes sense. You know, does it have to be 60 days? Can it be 75 days? I mean, that's an arbitrary number that the city made up.
Consolidating them, but it is taking the form of design review and not neighborhood.
Correct.
I agree.
That's the whole point.
So, Commission, what I'm hearing in part, I think, is feasible as part of a recommendation. I do want to note again, because the design review piece isn't codified, I think it would be, if there ultimately is consensus to move the ZTA forward, it includes the component of the direction I'm hearing from now as part of that recommendation to council. So they'll consider the ZTA sort of in full. Additionally, with this recommendation that the PC bylaws be amended to reflect that design review is consolidated with the proposed neighborhood meeting, that it be city run. And additionally, I think what the commission could do is, as part of the recommendation, ask the council to look at the 60-day time period, because the commission will have already seen that as part of the ZTA, so that could be another kind of note that's provided to the council.
So are we in agreement that the current recommendation about the neighborhood, the applicant-run neighborhood meeting with one commissioner auditing the process is a no? Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
I'm a no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the only thing that we're unanimous
yay, we got a
about.
starting point. Woohoo!
Yeah, no, it's good.
Now, so in short, I guess the short answer is don't touch design review. If nothing else, leave it alone, and it is what it is. Okay, now we're back to the original question. At what point do we turn everything over to staff and strip out the public process and planning commission, et cetera? And is it 25, is it 100, is it never?
Should we all go down and express our view on that?
So the choice is 0. Like, does everything goes to...
The present day is 7 or 11.
It's 11.
7 in R3, 11 in R4.
But what's being presented to us is 0 or,
0.
and then recommendation
Well,
is 20.
council said 100, Commissioner Solomon said 0. I'm suggesting 25.
I'm at 0.
I
Okay.
supported 100.
I'm 0, as long as it goes to design review.
Me too.
I think any number that we come up with is a little bit arbitrary. It often doesn't speak to the complexity of a project, especially some of the things that members brought up, which I thought were, thoughtful. Like if something's in a very high fire severity zone or on a hillside, the number doesn't really speak to that. So I'm kind of a fan of not having a number at, the community development director bringing it to us if it's complex or unusual or highly controversial.
I mean, LA used to have a 50-unit threshold, so you saw a lot of 49-unit apartment buildings. Then they switched to CHIP, and that is, if it's compliant, it doesn't require discretionary approval. It's also what Santa Monica does. So I also don't want a unit threshold. I want, if it meets objective standards, threshold.
Understood.
So Commission, just a note of clarification, it sounds like, and this is for my benefit as well, I think, and for the record, so in referring to 0, we're referring to the language that's within this evening's recommended ZTA as amended, which says there's
last month's. No changes except last month.
I'm referring to what Isaac said.
Yeah, I believe what I'm hearing from those that are in support of not having a unit count is that it reflects the ZTA that was recommended this evening, which refers to no unit count. It's unlimited, provided it's consistent with objective standards or otherwise permitted by state law. And so that's what's being presented this evening. We've heard a consensus of the commission refer separately to the design review process, which isn't codified, but that was the clarification note I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Which I think we're in agreement that the proposal from staff is a non-starter.
I'm sorry, the proposal from staff.
In tonight's staff report, there is a proposal to eliminate design review, to only have a neighborhood meeting run by a developer or applicant, however you want to call it, and with one planning commissioner auditing the process.
Correct, Commissioner.
And I think we are in 100% agreement. We do not agree with that.
Correct. So I think what I'm hearing from the members that have voiced support for 0 or not having a unit count is that they are comfortable with this evening zone text amendment, which does not include the proposal that Commissioner Hoopengartner is referring to with the liaison or the single commissioner, since that would be a part of a bylaws change. So in that instance, we're referring to tonight's proposed ETA without a unit count threshold. And instead of having the proposal for a liaison, we would seek council's concurrence, the commission would seek council's concurrence on the change to the necessary procedures to have a consolidated neighborhood meeting, design review meeting that is city run.
I honestly think that concept is unique enough, and like developers need to be aware of it as they apply. That maybe that one is actually codified and not just in our bylaws about how you want the early meeting to happen. I'll leave that up to you, but I would hate to be applying to the city of West Hollywood for the first time and not know about this requirement because it's hidden within the Planning Commission's bylaws rather than within the code.
Commissioner Solomon, the PC bylaws are a public document, and so it will exist so that the public can see it, and it will be transparently done, and that process will also allow administrative updates through as well.
And just further to that point, would then that be part of if I'm a developer walking through the door and I have to apply, that'll be on, okay.
Okay, staff. Based on what you've heard here, is this something that you want to take back and rework and bring back to us, or are you looking for a motion of some sort of this?
Commissioner Gregoire, I believe based on what I articulated on the record, that could be a motion that could send it forward to council. So I want to put that forward in the record again for the commission's consideration. It's the zone text amendment that's proposed this evening during tonight's hearing. It does not include the proposal that was part of staff's recommendation, and instead, as part of that zone text amendment recommendation to the City Council and the amendment of PC bylaws, would instead refer to a consolidation of the neighborhood meeting, including the design review subcommittee, that it be city-run and not applicant-run, and that in addition, the commission would request council take a look at the 60-day time period under which the neighborhood meeting has to be held. The neighborhood meeting consolidated with design review.
Okay. I am comfortable with that and I'm happy to be the motion maker. If I can just say ditto rather than repeat it all. But yeah, I am comfortable making that motion to proceed in that way.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion before we go to a vote?
I have one question for the motion maker in the second. So that's the zone text amendment presented this evening with the amendments that were included in the record, which includes that change to say there's not a unit count. It's based on compliance with objective standards with a provision that accounts for state law.
As amended tonight on the slides, correct?
Correct. And Commissioner Carvalero? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion before we go to a vote on this? Well, let's go to a vote.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes, and Commissioner Hooper and Garner voting no on this item. There is no appeal process for this resolution. It is moving forward to the City Council as amended, resolution number 25-1625.
Great, thank you so much. Do people need a break before we go to our new business? Okay.
I need to.
Let's move on.
Chair? I need to recuse myself from item 11A because we realize it's a billboard project, and like I mentioned in my deliberation earlier, I need to recuse myself from all billboard projects on Sunset. So thank you, have a good evening.
Great. Have a good evening. To the public, I appreciate all of your patience waiting for this item to come up. It's been a long meeting. Okay, before we have the staff report, are there any disclosures of public conversations? Hearing and seeing none, let's have the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Gregoire and Commissioners. I'm Adrian Gallo with the City's Current Plan Division. The item before you this evening is a recirculated draft EIR for the 9160 to 9176 Sunset Boulevard project, a proposed 5-story commercial development project with 2 full-motion animated billboards utilizing an LED media system integrated into the northwest and northeast corners of the building facades. The original draft EIR was presented to this commission in November 2022, following the close of the comment period The city carefully reviewed the comment letters received and determined that additional environmental analysis was warranted across several issues areas. In response, the city prepared this recirculated draft AR which replaces 10 sections of the original draft AR in their entirety, along with the associated appendices. The RDAR is currently being circulated for public review. The purpose of tonight's hearing is to provide the Commission and members of the public an opportunity to submit comments to staff and the city's CEQA consultant regarding the adequacy of the RDEIR. The Commission and public are encouraged to focus their comments on the content and conclusions of the recirculated draft AR document. The Commission will not be deliberating the merits of the project or taking a position on the project at this time, and there are no formal actions requested of the Commission this evening. All comments will be considered and included as part of the final EIR. The environmental document has been prepared for the city by the city's environmental consulting firm, Rincon, to evaluate potential environmental effects that will result from development of the project. With me this evening is Danielle Griffith, Director of Environmental Science and Planning with Rincon. In just a few moments, Danielle will provide a brief overview of CEQA, of the CEQA process and the status of the CEQA analysis. The project site comprises 3 contiguous lots located at 9160 to 9176 Sunset Boulevard. The project site is currently developed with a 2-story automotive dealership and surface parking lot, both of which would be demolished and removed prior to site preparation to facilitate the proposed development. The project consists of a 5-story commercial office building of approximately 53,000 square feet up to 90 feet above grade, with 3 subterranean levels of parking extending approximately 34 feet below grade. The ground floor would include high turnover restaurant uses with outdoor dining, while the upper floors would consist entirely of office space with terraces and landscaping on levels 3 through 5. The project would also include 86 subterranean parking spaces with EV charging infrastructure and 2 full motion animated billboards with a minimum of 25% of display time dedicated to art and civic programming. This is the original project that was presented to the Design Excellence Committee under the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program and was granted an award during round 2. This is a version of the project analyzed in the original DEIR. Although the billboard was approximately 6,400 square feet, the original DEIR contained errors describing the sign, including reference to the previous version at almost 14,000 square feet. During the process of preparing the RDAR, staff requested that the applicant reduce the advertising area, which resulted in this proposal that replaced much of the advertising area with plain white accent lighting. However, ultimately, staff decided that the excess accent lighting should be removed, which has resulted in the current proposal. The integration area is intended to integrate the billboards with the architecture of the building. Pedestrian and bicycle parking access would be available from Sunset Boulevard with 6 bicycle spaces at the ground level and 10 additional spaces within the subterranean parking structure. Vehicular access would be provided via Corey Avenue with loading and solid waste access accommodated through the alleyway at the southeast corner of the site. The RDAR was prepared to correct internal inconsistencies of the original draft AR regarding the size and scope of the digital billboard component, to address public comments calling for a reduction in billboard size, and to update the technical analyses to reflect the revised project scope. Before I pass the next portion of our presentation to Danielle, I do want to mention that staff has been receiving comments from members of the public, and all comments will be addressed in the final AR, so everyone has an opportunity to see comments and responses.
Good evening. We're here to briefly talk about the CEQA process for this project. CEQA requires state and local agencies to evaluate and consider environmental impacts during the decision-making process. It informs decision makers and the public about the proposed project and potential environmental impacts. It provides an opportunity for agencies and the public to comment on environmental issues and to identify ways to reduce or avoid environmental impacts through mitigation or project alternatives. This slide shows the EIR process and where we are in the EIR process stage. We're in the public comments on the revised draft EIR. CEQA guidelines section 150885C provides that if revisions are limited to a few chapters or portions of an EIR, the lead agency need only recirculate chapters or portions that have been modified. Accordingly, these 10 circulated sections of the original draft EIR have been prepared and includes new and a revised analysis which supersedes those previously provided in the original draft EIR. The impact analysis and the remainder of the original draft EIR concerning matters beyond those summarized below on this slide, thank you, have not been re-examined in the document and remain valid. The RDEIR replaces 10 full sections to the original draft EIR, which includes the project description, executive summary, environmental impact analysis, aesthetics. The environmental impact analysis includes aesthetics, air quality, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, transportation, and alternatives, and associated appendices. So as Adrian stated, this meeting is an opportunity to provide comment on the draft EIR. So this table actually shows the impact areas, the findings in the RDEIR, and the conclusions, and if any mitigation measures are required. I think we, okay, sorry, can we go back? Sorry. Also, for each section, the aesthetic section, there were 3 new studies that were prepared to support the impact analysis, included as Appendix B. Appendix B1 was the digital lighting study. Appendix B2 is the transportation safety memorandum. And Appendix B3 is the assessment of lighting and effects on biological resources. For the air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and energy sections, the revised sections, Appendix C, CaliMod outputs were prepared to support the air quality, construction HRA, and energy calculations. For the noise revisions, a revised noise study was included as Appendix F for noise assumptions. For transportation, the Appendix F was included, which was revised to update the trip assessments prepared for the project. And alternatives were updated to include analysis that reflects the new sections that were prepared. Regarding digital billboards, in response to comments received on the draft EIR, as I mentioned, a new lighting study was prepared by Francis Crahy and Associates that demonstrates no new impacts to nearby residents from lighting associated with the proposed project billboards. A new report was prepared by LLG engineers that demonstrates billboards in visual-rich environments do not create risks related to driver distractions, and a new biological assessment was prepared by South Environmental that demonstrates the lighting from the billboards does not create health risks to wildlife in the project vicinity. There are also project design features in the site plans, and the project was considered for its consistency with the Sunset Specific Plan, the General Plan, and City Municipal Code to come to the determination that the project does not exceed the lighting thresholds. Other impacts associated with the proposed project included updating the modeling for the CaliMod for the RDR demonstrates that no new significant air quality, GHG, or energy impacts and operational noise impacts associated with the project. The RDER proposes mitigation that reduces impacts associated with daytime construction noise and driveway access. And lastly, the only significant and unavoidable impact found in the RDER was related to temporary nighttime noise construction and vibration for human annoyance, which would remain despite the proposed mitigation included in the RDER.
In the coming weeks, staff will gather all comments received during the public comment period and work with the RINCON to prepare responses as part of the final EIR. The final EIR will then be considered by the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council during notice public hearings, at which time the project will be considered in its entirety. The public comment period started when the RDEIR was published on February 12th. The city mailed notices to all property owners and residents within 500 feet of the project site, as well as neighborhood groups and other interested parties. On March 12th, the city sent out a revised notice to correct 2 minor errors in the document. The first error was a mislabeled item in Table 1A of the introduction. The second error was in Section 2.51 of the executive summary, where the project signage was incorrectly described as a single 1,000 square foot digital billboard. The project actually proposes 2 full motion animated billboards with a combined advertising area of approximately 2,807 square feet. The revised notice also extended the public comment deadline from March 30th to April 27th. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your staff report. So just to remind everybody, the commission is not being asked to deliberate and make any decision tonight. That this is really an opportunity for the public to make comment and for the commissioners to also provide comment. I think we have 13 people signed up for public comment. Unless anybody objects, I'd like to go straight to public comment at this point. No objection, so let's go ahead with public comment.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Mark Ralston. He will be followed by Ann Leslie Ustavinis. Sorry for the mispronunciation. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Ralston, not Mark. I'm a West Hollywood resident. I live in Sierra Towers on Doheny Road, which is a residential community of more than 200 homes. We live directly across the street and adjacent to the subject property. This project will adversely affect the existing traffic issues at the southeast corner of the intersection of Sunset Corey Avenue and Doheny Road. Each weekday from approximately 3 p.m. through 7 p.m., the eastbound lanes of Sunset are already so congested that my neighbors and I have often had to wait on eastbound Doheny Road through 3 or more light changes in order to cross that intersection. On some occasions, we can't even leave our building's driveway during those hours. Worsening of current conditions could prevent emergency and firefighting vehicles from accessing the area, and in particular to the building that I live in and its community. Further, the increased traffic due to disruption and potential lane closures during the construction phase will make an already very bad situation much worse. The existing situation is very difficult for those who use buses and public transit. It's already challenging for the city buses to remain on schedule and get people to metro stops in a timely fashion to meet their trains. The additional traffic impacts will only make this worse. There is no study of impacts to Carroll Drive that we're aware of. I'm additionally concerned about the short one-way alley off Carroll Drive, which is the only area that the building plans to use for trash collection. It's immediately adjacent, trash collection, valet parking, loading dock, and other uses. Residents of the Carrollwood apartments immediately adjacent to this area use that alley as their only access point for emergency vehicles and automotive evacuation. The alley itself is very short. It is one way and is only 15 feet wide. This is just too much to ask for that small area. There has been no impacts of proposed parking exit on Corey Avenue. If a right turn was allowed from that exit, it would significantly impact the already problematic situation at the intersections of Corey, Sunset, and Doheny. Nighttime construction, including noise and vibration, are currently included in the plan, should not be allowed. The multi-story video advertising signage. From my home and those of my neighbors, the proposed more than 3-story high video advertising billboard would be a dominant and intrusive element in our daily environment. The RDEIR appears to rely primarily on ground level lighting studies, which do not adequately reflect the experience of residents living in elevated units directly across the street. An animated digital display at this scale operating throughout the day and evening, 24 hours a day, could result in significant light intrusion, visual disturbance, and the loss of the sense of refuge that homes are meant to provide. My neighbors and myself should not bear disproportionate environmental.
Thank you for your public comment.
Leslie Ann, to be followed by Linda May.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Ann Leslie Devenus. This is my 20th year as a homeowner and resident in West Hollywood. I currently reside at 1033 Carroll Drive, Carrollwood. We are an architecturally significant development of 36 homes that's been recognized by the city. And yes, we are the closest neighbor who have a direct impact, physical impact from this building. I support having a vital active building at this site instead of a site that's used for occasional pop-ups and parking for the Bird Streets Club. But some of the changes in the plans for this project are appreciated. However, there are significant issues, discrepancies, omissions, and vague language and errors in the submission of the plans and narrative, and they haven't been taken into consideration with this revised draft EIR. I'd like us to be good neighbors. We've been looking at this project for 6 years. As we consider the changes, I ask that the developer look at some of the needed updates and that this commission and city staff come to Carrollwood, see what it's like to live across from billboards when you're living on the 3rd floor of our building. There are no studies from Carroll Drive. You aren't considering the impact of people who are living directly across from billboards when you approve all these billboards. Additionally, the office space that is going to change traffic and the traffic studies were done during the pandemic when traffic was significantly different than it is now. The landscape design proposed that softens it on the south side of the building, which affects us and is appreciated, are not compliant with current code requirements for fire. We are having inspections now that have us removing the landscaping in our building so we are compliant with California fire codes. None of this has been taken into consideration. I highly recommend the developer and staff take a look at the plans to ensure there are no contradictory or non-compliant elements, as it's inappropriate for us to comment on plans with these issues. Lastly, some of the homeowners at Carrollwood did not receive notification. We're 15 feet from this building. Current meetings on this project, it's just ridiculous given that there are so many discrepancies. I hope the city will have a clean list of appropriate notices and consider plans that are compliant with state and city code for our commentary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda May, to be followed by Wendy Goldman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Linda May, and I've lived at Sierra Towers for 30 years, and I love living there. I'm here because I am deeply concerned about the impact of the proposed digital billboards and outdoor terraces, not just for myself, but for so many of my neighbors and all of us that live at Sierra Towers. Over the past weeks, many residents in our building have reached out to me expressing how worried they are about what this project could mean for them, their daily lives, and their health. The plan includes 2 large, full-motion digital billboards, one directly facing our building at over 2,300 square feet, along with active outdoor terraces on every level. Together, these elements will introduce constant movement and bright, flashing lights into our homes, affecting a majority of the residents at Sierra Towers. There's also a real health concern. Animated billboards can include content that may trigger photosensitive epilepsy or other seizure-oriented conditions. Beyond that, we know that exposure to bright flickering light at night disrupts sleep, impacts circadian rhythms, and increase stress. In a high-rise building like ours, this kind of light intrusion is completely unacceptable, and there's no meaningful way to mitigate it from intruding in our homes. I meant to wear my glasses, I'm so sorry. My chronic sleep deprivation and exposure to flashing lights can have long-term health consequences. This really needs to be addressed. Our homes should be our sanctuary, and the project fundamentally changes that. You know, a home is where you go to rest, where you have peace after work, where you want to just relax. And the intrusion of this light flashing constantly is really a terrifying prospect. I respectfully ask that these concerns seriously be considered, and the digital signage alternative, which would remove these billboards and protect the well-being of all of the residents at Sierra Towers. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Wendy Goldman, to be followed by Mary Hart Sugarman. Wendy left. Thank you. Mary Hart Sugarman, to be followed by Michael Toohey.
Have we been sitting here a long time? My knees are stiff. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your very conscientious deliberation on the part of the city to protect West Hollywood. This is not part of a speech. It's just my genuine expression of appreciation for what you do and knowing that it's not easy. I am a resident of Sierra Towers as well. Like Linda said she was, and Matthew before her. My husband and I have been in Sierra Towers for over 10 years. And before that, my husband's father was there for many years. We love living in our neighborhood. And my great fear is that our neighborhood will no longer feel like a neighborhood when we have a huge, huge digital billboard, even though the size has been reduced by the planners. It will still be among the largest in the city. And those lights, I'm sorry, but I don't buy the environmental impact study that says it won't be of significant impact. I think, in fact, it will be majorly impactful because we are looking right at those lights as they will be flashing day and night. And this is old history, but I just remember, because I was on television for so many years, when the report came out that a woman had epileptic seizures hearing my voice, not seeing my face, hearing my voice on television. Now that was weird enough, and that was 40 years ago, but I can't imagine knowing what we know about light pollution in our universe today, what it's going to be like for people who might be neurologically sensitive to excessive light, to having this flashing and moving in front of us, and is very little we can do about it. So I had a number of other remarks prepared about my concerns for the traffic. They have already been expressed, but this is a project that is not yet ready for prime time, and I respectfully urge you not to pass it as it is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Chewy, to be followed by Lois Stern. Michael? No? Lois Stern. Anita Goswami, to be followed by Jack Suzar. No.
Hi there, I'm Anita, oh, there we go, okay, sorry. I'm Anita Goswami, longtime resident of West Hollywood. First, I am thrilled to see a project actually going through the CEQA process. That said, I support the comments expressed by fellow residents, especially those so close and directly affected. I'm indirectly affected because I'm a resident of this city, but I walk by that site frequently and have been in motorized vehicles, whether my own car, rideshare, or catching that bus on Sunset. There are tens of thousands who drive by this proposed project who are stuck in traffic now and will be stuck even longer with the proposed project. The traffic intensity during rush hour is terrible now, and those negative impacts will only increase with the proposed project. As mentioned earlier, the traffic study numbers were taken at an earlier time. The RDEIR did not study this sufficiently. Site circulation plan is not effective with the blocking of current residential access as well as difficulty for emergency access. There are negative impacts as described by an earlier neighbor, and just walking that site, I can tell. RDIR does not describe the circulation plan and the impacts sufficiently. Billboard lighting is far too large, far too bright, on all the time. While appreciating billboards and their supposed high revenue, which actually is a lot less than I expected because I've been looking up the actual numbers, I think this level of glare is the equivalent of bright lights, a train coming in our direction, blinding nearby residents during the day and the night. This RDEIR does not describe this negative impact sufficiently. And just in case you want them, residents have photographs of those impacts, photographs of their house, the window the light coming through the window, shining on their walls, and those are from existing billboards. So anyone who questions those impacts, there is photographic evidence of the negative impacts of this. And again, the last one, construction during evening and night hours is a direct code violation. This creates significant impacts, including noise, disturbance, and traffic, as well as being the explicit violation. Anyone else doing construction after 5 p.m. gets cited and fined. Enabling direct violation of the laws is wrong. That's a double standard. What's going on here? I look forward to a more complete and comprehensive environmental impact report that can then inform the actual decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Leo Percher, to be followed by Douglas Ross. Jack, yeah, you can go. Yeah. Jack, then Leo.
Thank you. Having been here once before, I have to say your conversations and challenging each other is pretty impressive. Gives me a sense of objectivity and independence, so thank you. My view of this, I've already, I think, heard all the comments from my other folks, both in the building and neighborhood. Having been in the business community and dealing with objects like this or subjects like this before, it's a money issue. The smaller the board, the less money and the less subsidy for the tenants. So this is an issue right now where the current owner of the building is really in a negative situation. The only way he's getting out of this is getting as much money as he can out of the billboard. That is really the end result because they overpaid and now the project is worth far less. So I see it a little differently than maybe some of the other folks in sense of why this project and the billboard is what it is right now. So along with it are all the issues that have been spoken to. But part of what concerns me, and having been in the business world, when you consider making a decision where money's involved, there are also unintended consequences. And those unintended consequences have been addressed by some of the people that spoke before me. And I think you and your objectivity and your independence will give serious thought to this along the way of considering this revised presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Pritchard, to be followed by Douglas Ross.
My name is Leo Pritchard. I'm the president of the Sierra Towers HOA. You've heard about the impact of this digital sign on residents and the effect of the traffic problems of all of these items. So what I'm here to do is to try to suggest some things that must be done to ameliorate the situation. Our core ask of you is that you not advance this project as proposed. The current design pushes project impacts onto residents, especially Sierra Towers, without adequate protection or enforceable improvements. The city should not approve digital billboard conditions that expose residential properties to glare and visual intrusion. At a minimum, all billboard faces should be removed away from residential properties. The digital billboard should never face residential properties. In addition, in this case, the fact that the billboard faces west down Sunset exacerbates an incredible existing traffic problem at the three-section intersection of Sunset, Doheny, and Corey Avenue. The fix to this is either that the digital sign be eliminated or that it face east and not west. The project then must not move forward unless the applicant is required to complete meaningful public right-of-way and intersection improvements to solve these problems, and these must be completed before building permits for the building or sign are issued. This is extremely important. Permits must not be granted based on promises of future improvements. The RDEIR puts forward the possibility of evening construction. This is totally unacceptable. The burdens on residents and businesses during construction must be addressed through stronger conditions and a clearer construction management framework before any entitlements are granted. The question is whether the city is willing to protect existing residents from a project that prioritizes commercial visibility and private gain over livability and compatibility. We ask the Commission to clearly note on the record that the project still raises unsolved concerns regarding residential exposure, circulation, public safety, and the adequacy and timing of off-site improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Douglas Ross, to be followed by Victor Omolchenko.
Hello, my name is Douglas Ross, and I also live at Sierra Towers. And I want to encourage you guys to investigate this project because the disaster that already exists with the traffic at that intersection is so unbelievable that you guys really should check it out. But I am here more to encourage you to vote against the billboard aspect of the project. The billboards would have a direct, unavoidable, and negative impact on all of our lives. And because selfishly, my unit sits high above the street, I fall directly within the horizontal beam path of the proposed billboard, and no amount of shielding designed for street level mitigation will prevent the light trespass, flicker, motion intrusion on my home. From what I have researched, the high intensity illumination cannot be blocked by blinds or curtains, and the persistent visual distraction, nighttime light intrusion, really degrades my quality of life and impacts our sleep, our privacy, and our day-to-day life in the house. And beyond all of that, the full motion billboard facing directly into our residential units inevitably diminishes their desirability and, by extension, their property value. So I urge you to vote against the billboard component of this project, and I believe that that really aligns with the city's stated goals of protecting residential livability and ensuring that commercial development does not come at the expense of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Olmachenko, to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Victor Olmachenko, West Hollywood. Well, I understand the historical relationship between signage and the Sunset Strip, but we are reaching a tipping point where the iconic nature of the boulevard, of our iconic Sunset Strip, is being swallowed by a relentless display of these flashing digital screens. Oh, for the days of the static sign, of the Marlboro Man. But what are we being confronted by? It is changing the character of our community. What used to be a curated creative environment has become a high glare corridor. Adding yet another digital display to this 5-story building contributes to a wall of light effect that overwhelms the architectural integrity of the Strip. We all have to ask ourselves, as we look further into this DEIR revised, at what point does the revenue generated by these signs stop outweighing the degradation of our public space? The neighbors here tonight, and yeah, most of them are from Sierra Towers and from the now historically designated Carrollwood condominiums, but there are folks like Anita Goswami from the south part of the city, me from the center part of the city. You'll be hearing from Stephanie Harker from the east side of the city. We care about our iconic Sunset Boulevard. We are concerned. I am concerned, and I want to see this revised DER talk about the cumulative impacts of all of these digital signs being put along Sunset Boulevard. Yeah, money comes through them, but there are cumulative impacts on health, on transportation and safety, on architectural integrity, and that should be studied instead of all of these signs being put to us individually as just one little thing that doesn't affect our iconic Sunset Strip. And talk about safety and transportation. Anita talked about being at the bus stop there by the Boa restaurant. I ride my bicycle everywhere. I come through the safety of Beverly Hills, and then I come to that corner of Corey and Sunset Boulevard. It curves, it's dangerous. It has not been studied enough for the traffic impacts of what will happen when this digital sign is flashing all the time and people are leaving Beverly Hills to come to our businesses on the Sunset Strip. This is not ready for prime time. This DEIR must look more at the cumulative impacts. We need a more rigorous analysis of how these flashing displays impact reaction times and traffic flow in an already high incident area, and the fact that Carroll hasn't been studied and what's happening at Doheny. This is not ready for prime time. It really needs to be looked at more closely by the community.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Kathy Davis.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City West Hollywood. This intersection is a stunningly inundated with billboards intersection. I can't believe that there aren't many accidents there already without this being added to it. The City National Bank, which is the building on the opposite Sierra Towers, has taken their static billboard and they've been permitted to make it a digital billboard. Celine on the City National Bank, I looked it up, Lynn shaking her head no. It's a 2,500 square foot animated billboard. It just went online, I believe. Again, what the neighbors are saying is so true, you know, and it's an inundation, the flashing lights, and it's like, why? Why do we not respect the residents who are fully affected by this? And again, I agree with what many of them have said, and I don't think that this project seems to be a income-producing project, or a project to hold an income-producing billboard. It doesn't seem like it's going to contribute to this community. I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker will be Kathy Blavis.
Hi again. Good evening. Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. You know, what kind of strikes me is a couple of meetings ago, Commissioner Cariello brought up the quality of life issue about how we're being inundated with buildings, and this really strikes me as a quality of life issue. You know, when you drive east from Beverly Hills, this is our gateway, and what it's starting to scream is we don't care about, West Hollywood doesn't care about our residents, because anybody driving in that direction at night, being inundated by what's already there, has to realize the glare and the severity of how it's going to affect the residents. You know, this is a billboard that was in need of a pedestal. So they put up a building to hold the billboard. My question is, if we're in such need also of real estate, of office buildings, put the office building up without a billboard. But that's not going to pencil out. That's not going to make it profitable. So maybe the developer should not have invested in this property before realizing the impact it's going to have on residents. I agree with Victor Almachenko. I agree with all that it's not ready for prime time. I agree with all the other people who have spoken out against this. I understand that at this point you're not voting for or against it, that you will comment on this, and I hope that your comments reflect really what the community is saying to you. Again, anybody that has driven in that direction at night has to know the impact of this ginormous billboard. So thank you for listening, and I want to also thank all the residents that came out to speak on behalf of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker for this comment item.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment, and thank you for waiting till the end to make the public comment. Again, it's been a long meeting. So I'll close the public comment portion of this hearing, and I will turn to my fellow commissioners for any comments they would like to make. Commissioner Hoopengar.
So my comments are mostly questions. On page 2-6, the author discusses how the proposed project is a landmark building. But there's no explanation of how this rather unremarkable square box with a billboard on the side is a landmark building. So I would like clarification on that, especially if it's being used to attribute alternative extraordinary benefits to the billboard. Number two, the same statement speaks to how the architectural features are consistent with the general plan. To my knowledge, there's nothing in our general plan that speaks about architectural features outside of cultural resources, et cetera. So I'm very curious as to how the architectural features of this building are consistent with the general plan, other than the fact that it is a building. It's interesting to my reading of this, and I'll be honest, I have not read all 1,000 pages. I just don't have the time. But the statement that this project requires 5.25 months of nighttime construction is mind-boggling. To one of our speakers, since when do we allow nighttime construction? Ever. Extraordinary permit situations, yes. I can understand maybe an occasional concrete pour, but 5.25 months of nighttime construction, that has not been explained as to exactly why that much, and why, interestingly, only the applicant's proposed project requires nighttime construction and none of the alternatives do. The traffic mitigations using a keep clear sign. I didn't see any evidence as to the efficacy of those signs. In my experience, not so much. So the fact that the mitigation proposed is simply a keep clear sign is not been effectively explained and justified. Mitigation on N1 on the noise, on N1, it talks about mitigating the noise using noise measurements for code enforcement. And maybe staff can answer this. Has code changed? Because last I knew, we had no noise measurement ordinances. And in fact, that's been one of our problems when it comes to enforcing various noises. The measurement, in quotes, is a code enforcement officer showing up and saying, oh, is it audible or isn't it? So this is saying that the mitigation is going to be noise measurements enforced by code enforcement. So I'd like to know exactly what measurements, what methodology, what tools, what applications, and what those required levels would be. And will all of the code enforcement staff be trained and have this? Because again, to my knowledge, that's not part of our existing code. And there is no discussion on the same subject about why not propose a mitigation of no nighttime construction, period. It's not part of our code. Why would this applicant be given some extraordinary deviation from code? I think the letters from our community have been well thought through and very, very clear as to their issues. I think the group from Carroll Gardens had a very clear and defined list that should be taken into real consideration and not treated lightly, but answered thoroughly. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, I just have one brief comment to make, knowing this is not our last bite at the apple on this project. This is just a public comment period. But since the first draft EIR was circulated, I was not up here then, and since it's come back to us now, the city has adopted a Vision Zero action plan that we adopted in December 2023. I feel like it should be a guiding light on new development that takes place and whether or not the development is in one of our high injury traffic corridors. That's a tough intersection that we're looking at right here. So my question would be, has this project been studied in relation to our since adopted Vision Zero action plan? Are there any implementation measures from that action plan that are applicable to this project?
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, the light seems like a very significant issue. And when I looked at the study, I couldn't quite understand if, I just want to, if when you do the study, just make sure it's clear that Sierra Towers was included in the analysis, because it looked like there was like a little line that says that it was a study because of how far away it is, or maybe only a portion of it was analyzed. So it's really just trying to understand fully the impact of light and how, that the questions offered by the residents be seriously considered. That's it.
Vice Chair Jones.
Yeah, I don't think at this point anything has been that I wanted to say has gone unsaid. I just want to extend again a special thanks to members of our community and our Sierra Towers folks for coming out tonight. It's approaching 11. Again, we very much value your time, so thank you for your input and for your feedback. It is really important and critical to this process. Those are my notes.
Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. First, I want to echo Vice Chair Jones' comments. It's a really late night for everyone here, so thanks for sticking around and making comments on something that affects you and affects the entire community. I was able to get clarification from staff about the light study. I was also curious about sort of the methodology and whether the measurements are taken from the ground. There are several places in this report where it says it's from the property line. That's a little nebulous. You assume if it says property line that it's at the ground floor, that it's sort of at grade. And they said that the vertical planes from which the light measurements were modeled were at the elevation of the billboard. I am actually really curious. I know there was at least one community member who came and said, hey, come see for yourself. I actually might take you up on that, because I don't really have a sense when they talk about foot candles and, you know, luminance, what that actually means in terms of impacts on people. And I think that that's important for us to know when we do get to the point where we're actually considering moving forward or not moving forward with this project. So I'll say that. And then the other thing is the traffic conditions. You know, I have to concur with Commissioner Hoopengarner about the keep clear sign. I don't really know exactly how we address it in the environmental impact report, but I kind of would like to see something more robust. This does seem like a really problematic intersection. Yeah, I would like to see something more robust about both the impacts of this development on that intersection, and then also the impacts of the mitigation on bringing the significance level to less than significant. That's all I have.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. Obviously, the city of West Hollywood has decided that to have animated full-motion billboards on Sunset, but what I'm hearing from the community is a lot of concern about light pollution, the cumulative impacts of all of these billboards, the flashing lights, and the possible impact on human health. So to the extent possible, obviously, the EIR should explore that in as much depth as possible. along with any sort of possible mitigation for that type of thing. Because that, what I'm hearing from the community, that's the major concern. So that's all I have. Does anyone have anything else to contribute? Hearing none, thank you, staff. Do you have everything you need from us on that? Great. Moving on with the rest of our agenda, we don't have any unfinished business or excluded consent calendar items. Item 14A and B, items from staff, planning managers update and subcommittee management.
Thank you. Good evening. It's still. So looking forward to Planning Commission agendas. The next April 2nd meeting is canceled because of Passover. And then on April 16th, we have one item right now scheduled, which is a zone text amendment for billboards on commercial corridors outside of the Sunset Strip. May 7th meeting, we don't have any items scheduled at this time, but we do anticipate scheduling some projects for that meeting. So we will have something to share with you at the next meeting. May 21st, we have one project scheduled right now, which is Capital Improvement Plan, General Plan Consistency. Looking at the subcommittees, the next meeting for Design Review Subcommittee is on March 26th. There are two housing projects that are moving forward to the subcommittee, 833 Westbourne and then 8760 Shoreham Drive. Both are housing projects. And then no other items for other Design Review Subcommittee or for Long Range Planning Subcommittee. That's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions for staff? Great, thank you so much. Moving on, general public comment. Do we have any additional public comment?
Sure, I have one, Kyle Brazil. And you have 3 minutes, and he will be our last public speaker for this item.
Thanks. Kyle Brazil, live in the city of West Hollywood. Just want to thank everyone for the discussion tonight. I thought it was an interesting discussion around the streamlining process. As someone that values efficiency, so long as it does not come at the cost of efficacy, I'm all aligned with that, but I do think there was some interesting discussion around this commission's roles. I think efficacy for this commission relates to both public input, commissioner input, but also oversight of city staff, right? I think there was a question around what's the point of our rules to begin with. The point is staff follows the rules, but this commission then provides oversight of staff in the application of those rules. So I think there is a differentiation that is maybe nuanced, but matters for this commission. I am glad that the commission was focused on maintaining public input in city-led forums, because I do get the sentiment across most of the city, most of these commissions. We don't need neighborhood check-the-box meetings, right? I've seen those before where there's zero interest in what the public has to say. It's just there so that the city council, city staff, commissioners can say, we asked the public. We don't need that. We need genuine interest in public say. So I appreciate that at least through the design review process, there'll be some city-led forum for us to voice our opinions. One other thing I wanted to talk about, I've heard several times, maybe on the Sunset Boulevard project, I'd reiterate many of the statements of the residents in that area. I don't think developer revenue enhancements should come at the cost of life or the quality of life for people in the area. We need to protect the quality of our communities, not just enhance revenue for our developers. And the other thing I'd like to talk to is, repeatedly in this commission, I've heard people reference today's luxury or market rate developments will be tomorrow's affordable housing. And I think that's just a myth we really need to dispel of. There was a UCLA School of Public Affairs article written titled "Inequality, Not Regulation, Drives America's Housing Affordability Crisis." They call for bold, comprehensive thinking about housing systems rather than relying on trickle-down affordability. That's what this commission seems to speak to. And he says, to put it bluntly, in America, we haven't actually been underbuilding. The problem is demand is now split in a very unequal society. The supply you get is the wrong kind of supply. And I think particularly in areas like West Hollywood that are highly desirable, we will always have demand outpacing supply. And so to build market rate luxury housing is not going to deliver future affordable housing. you talk about decades to come. I live in a building that was built in 1966. It is 60 years old. It is not affordable housing. If you talk about leaving a better future for your children, you might need to start referencing your grandchildren or great-grandchildren when you talk about policies like that. We really need proactive development of affordable housing, not trickle-down housing that we hope one day will benefit people. Let's start talking about today's problems and your neighbor, not just referencing policies that may benefit future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker for general public comment.
Great. Items from commissioners. Vice Chair Jones.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a note that I will not be at next week's Design Review Subcommittee meeting. I have to be in New York for work, so I will not be in attendance. Also, just want to note that for the May 7th meeting, if there are items scheduled, I will not be able to make that meeting either. I also have to be out of town again for work. So I will miss you all, but wanted to put that on the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else from commissioners?
Just want to say I appreciate everybody hanging out until the late hour. But this is democracy, so I appreciate it.
Anything else? Great, we've come to the end of the agenda. Noting the cancellation of the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, I am now adjourning this meeting to our next scheduled meeting, which will be held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026, beginning at 6:30 p.m. here in West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. We are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
I want this to feel like something anybody walking by could participate in. And usually the comment I get is like, wow, you guys look like you're having fun, and therefore I had fun. It's kind of, I hope to just like bring people in. That's the goal.